Right, hello. How's it going? All good, all good. Right, just checking audio levels. I think that all looks good. Okay, plans today. Like we said yesterday, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to pause on the GMTK game idea that we'd started for Godot, and I'm going to follow along on the 2 Brackeys tutorials for setting up the whole project, because I think that will give us a better starting point than what I have been doing, which is kind of just like trying to plan in advance for something without really understanding how Godot is going to interlock with like signals and all that kind of stuff. Hey Zimni, how's it going? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, so the plan is just to follow along with, I think today is probably just going to be the Godot beginner tutorial, which we've got in this little research window in yellow. And then next stream will be the GD script tutorial that they've done as well. So this one down here in the corner, how to GD script in 1 hour. Images on LD page are back. Okay. Yeah, Mike's just been doing some work, that's all. Don't know what all the panic was about. We'll have to see. Yeah, so the idea will be follow along with this, which is like 1.5 hours long. So with like stopping and following along and that kind of stuff, it's probably a couple of hours at least. And then to continue on with our playrate list, we've got a queue that is randomly assigned to us until we do the first 10. So we've submitted our first playrate rating. So we'll probably have some time after this tutorial to run through a few more of these. Maybe won't spend quite as long on it as we did yesterday, but we'll have a look at that. So yeah, that's the plan. Hope everyone's having a good week. Yeah, you're saying LD images are back. Nice, okay. Only about 10 days to fix, that's not too bad. Oh, maybe people were complaining about it before on the Discord. Yeah, there's different is there still spam stuff coming through then? I thought it'd fixed this. Oh, 15 hours ago. Nice. Okay, so let's pop this over here in this window as well. And we're going to follow along this even from the start. So what I've done so far is I've downloaded the assets that go with the tutorial in here, these platformer assets, which I think we're going to move into our Godot project file. I think that's it. So yeah, it seems fairly well. It's definitely way better than it used to be. God, the spam that they used to have on those LD forums were terrible. Right, so I imagine, well, let's just let's see the audio levels on this, because we probably just want them. Probably we just want to mute our music.
To make anything in Godot, we use nodes. If we want
Is
to build
that
a player,
loud enough to hear
we
on
do so by
stream?
putting together a bunch of nodes. If we want to make an enemy, we do so by putting together nodes. If we want
I think that's probably looks a little bit quiet. Let's boost it a little bit. Just so that
to make
people can hear as well.
you guessed it, we use nodes. So nodes are the fundamental building blocks of your game. And nodes come in many types. Some display an image, others
I think as long as I don't speak, because when I speak it puts some audio ducking on it. So it like not mutes it, but like drops the audio level. But yeah, I'll just skip forward for the intro bit that we've watched before. So going to continue from here.
display a sound or add physics. And we can even extend existing nodes to build more powerful ones. So in its essence, making a game in Godot is combining and extending nodes to get the result we're looking for. It's a super creative and fun process. But building everything in one big world with nodes for the player, enemies, UI, and a bunch of levels all in one place would quickly become completely unmanageable and confusing. Instead, we use scenes. Scenes allow us to bundle together nodes into reusable packages. A scene can be a character, a weapon, a menu. They can be as small as a single collectible coin or an entire level. Scenes make it really easy to focus on building one part of our game at a time, and then slowly combining them to make our game larger and larger. This is because we can put scenes inside of other scenes, which is called nesting, and allows us to take, say, a player scene, a platform scene, and a collectible coin scene, and put them all inside of another scene, say a level 1 scene. And even cooler, since scenes are reusable, we can make a scene only once and then use it all over our game. We can make many levels that all use the same collectible coin scene. And if we want to change something about our coin, we simply edit the scene and it automatically updates everywhere else. As you can see, all the nodes and scenes in our game start to resemble a tree-like structure. And that's exactly what we call it, the scene tree. And fittingly, we call the node at the very beginning of the tree the root. So now that we know a bit about how Godot works, let's start by making the most essential part of our game, the player character.
Okay, looks like I've missed where he actually sets the project up, but let me just skip back. It's probably just at the end of this bit. Somewhere here.
We have all the files we use in our game. By default, the only thing in here is the
No, further back.
to fully a bit of program directly apply. The cool thing
Maybe it was where we downloaded it.
make things, subscribers, sources. Use the of course, video to begin. Well, create folder and project say first game. I'm gonna place mine on my desktop under my games folder. Let's create a separate folder for first game, so hit create folder and create an edit. And here we are.
Okay, so just the standard create project. We're going to go into the right part of the desktop. We've got Godot projects. We're going to do a new folder here. Or select current folder. That's it. And we're going to call this Brackeys tutorial game. So I think this is just going to give us a better idea for how the whole end-to-end game world is set up. So we're going to go with the compatibility renderer so that I can export to web, because these duns don't do, that's desktop only, that's mobile, and this is including web. Okay, so create an edit, then it will open up, and then we're going to drag in our assets as well. When it opens, what's it thinking about? There we go. Okay, so we're only going to be working in 2D. Got the same file structure there, and now we can jump back to where we were. So
Character. Player 1.0.
wait, no, we set up some files already as well.
So let's create a scene that
Where's that? Where's the file setup stuff? Have you... It's probably here, isn't it?
and giving you an overview of how you can start using it without salt. Platforms, collectible coins, and most important, but another D. Video to get a game up and running. The main focus is really to get familiar, fully understand all the code.
Where does he unpack the
right after me? A
assets?
clean slate. This might be a bit about Godot. This includes competitive quizzes.
Sorry, I'm going to skip around a little bit here.
Coupon today to start your game dev adventure. So, in the spirit of learning together, the flavor coin will be worth 2D coin. Here's a bit of as a whole and starting to pro cooking.
Right, after all this bit.
In window icon, we
There
have
we go.
all the files we use in our game. By default, the only thing in here is the Godot icon. So let's create a folder where we can put our assets. Let's right click, new folder, and name it assets. Let's also make one for scripts.
Let's keep everything lowercase.
And scenes that we can use later.
So I'm not sure
drag and drop our
I necessarily
assets
like
into
this
the asset
idea
folder. So I'll
of
select
having
the
these
assets folder,
separate
open up
folders here.
my assets here. I'm going to select all the subfolders and click and drag them into Godot.
It might be a better
And
idea to like
voila, we can now see
put relevant assets together that build up certain scenes rather than doing it like this. But for the moment, that's fine. So we're going to put all of this in our assets folder. Hey, board programmer, thanks for the follow. How's it going? Oh, that didn't actually put it in the assets folder. That's fine. Music, font, sounds and sprites, and then the license. So that's going in the asset folder now. Yeah. Cool. So
see and use all of our assets in Godot. So now we're ready to make our game. So let's talk about how we do that. To make anything in Godot, we use nodes. If we want to make a player character, we do so by putting together a bunch of nodes.
oh wait, we already had a look at this.
Character,
Skip forward to that.
player 1.0. So let's create a scene where we'll put everything together. This is going to be a 2D game, so I'll select 2D scene. And let's rename this from node 2D to game. And even though it's empty, let's go ahead and save it. So hit Ctrl S, go under scenes, and let's save it here. And now we can actually play our game. It's not going to be very exciting, but let's try it out. So let's hit play up here or simply press F5. It's going to tell us that we haven't selected a main scene.
This is going to be good as well, because
which scene to run.
by following along
I'm just
this,
gonna press select current, and you can see
we
that
can learn about all the
becomes blue to let us know that this is
keyboard
now our main
shortcuts.
scene. And as you can see, not much is happening here. So let's stop playing by hitting the stop icon here or pressing F8. And let's put in a player to make it more exciting. So first off, let's
Oh wait, okay, so this scene is blue to show that it's the main scene. I didn't notice that at all when I was doing it. No, that's showing it's 2D. What's blue? Oh, is it just the play? What did he say? Something turned blue? I missed that.
main scene. We need to tell Godot which scene to run. I'm just going to press select current, and you can see that our game scene becomes blue to let us know.
Oh, in here. Okay, so that's probably green because I've changed the theme colors around. Why are we not... Sorry, I just need to test something quickly. Is that sending on both? No, why is that not connected to YouTube chat? 1 second. Okay, I might just have to leave YouTube chat up differently. Embedding stream, reply commands, bot, analytics, Discord filtering. I'm so confused. Why is that not there? Restream seems disconnected from YouTube chat. 1 second. Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to see. Let's just put that music back on. I'm not going to be able to see messages. Okay, now it says it's 2 out of 2. Let's just do a quick test back. Does that come up? Come on, YouTube. Yeah, okay. And does that go back? Okay, cool. Let's go back then. Right, got this, go.
Know that this is now our main scene. And as you can see, not much is happening here. So let's stop playing by hitting the stop icon here or pressing F8. And let's put in a player to make it more exciting. So first off, let's create a new scene by hitting the plus sign up here. And this will be our player scene. And the root node for our player is going to be what is called a character body 2D. So let's add a new node by pressing the plus here or hitting Control A. And let's search for character body 2D. As you can see, this is a 2D physics body that is specialized for characters moved by script. So it's perfect for a player character that we want to be able to collide with the environment. So let's hit create. And now we can see our node here, but we can't actually see our player in the scene. So let's add some graphics. Let's add...
I must say, I love the fact that like some of this stuff is all set up as defaults already. So it looks like we can do... So we can add velocity from moving platforms just as like a drop-down option. That seems awesome. We can set constant speeds, stop on slopes. If true, the body will not slide on slopes when calling move and slide when the body is standing still. So I assume what that means is if you've got like a slope as part of your level design, if you turn this off, your character will slowly like slip down the slope because of gravity, which normally isn't something you want. But for things like, let's say like environment objects like barrels or crates or stuff like that, you might want them to slide down slopes. So it might even be as easy as just unchecking that box. We'll see how actual powerful it is, but I just love the fact that as part of a character, you can just have, as part of drop downs, there's some options just to like select things.
Add another node, I'm going to hit Control A, and let's search for sprite. And as you can see, we can choose a single sprite, or in our case, we want to create an animated character. So let's choose the animated sprite 2D. Sprites are just what we call images in our 2D world. Now, with this node selected, we can use the inspector here on the right to change properties on that node. If we select a different node, say our character body 2D, we can now see the properties on that node instead. So our inspector allows us to change things about a node. In our animated sprite 2D, we want to add some animations. And we want to give it some sprite frames, the individual frames that will make up our animation. So let's click here and add a new sprite frames. And now with this selected, we can see that it will open up the sprite frames window at the bottom. And in this window, we're going to press this tiny icon here that lets us add frames from a sprite sheet. So let's click that, go into our assets, under our sprites, let's find our knight.png. And as you can see, I've gone ahead and packed all the different sprite frames of the knight's animation into a single image. This is called a sprite sheet. It's a very efficient way of working with lots of sprites, such as when doing animation. Otherwise, we would have to create an image for each single frame, which would quickly become an unmanageable amount of files. Now, to start adding these frames in, we first need to configure the grid here. Currently, it's set to 4x4. Let's go ahead and increase this. I've created an 8x8 grid here. And as you can see, each frame now has its own grid cell. And let's just start by adding the idle animation. To do this, we simply click the frames in the order that we would like. So I'm going to go from the left-hand side here and click. As you can see, it says this to 0, the first frame. Then I'm going to click the next one and the next one and the next one. And now it goes from 0 to 3 and we'll play from left to right. We can always click again to remove. And this is how you can quickly build an animation from different parts of your sprite sheet.
You can even choose the different orders.
Add frames. Now let's hit F to center our character on the screen. And I'm going to use the scroll wheel to zoom in.
I guess also you can probably reassign like this, yeah.
The middle mouse button to pan. Now our character looks weirdly blurry. That's because we're working with pixel art, which requires really hard edges. By default, Godot is going to try to do some texture smoothing to make textures look better, but applied to pixel art, that is definitely not the case. So let's simply disable this. So let's go to Project, Project Settings, let's go under Rendering to Textures, and here on the default texture filter, let's change this from Linear to Nearest, which will immediately make our pixel art look crisp.
I wonder if there's a way to set that at by default as well, because if I'm only going to be doing pixel art games,
I'm going to increase the
I'll always want that.
Here to 10 to make it go a bit faster. I'm also going to rename the animation here to idle. I'm going to enable autoplay to make sure it plays right when we start the game. And finally, I'm going to take the sprite here and move it up to make it kind of stand on this line. And that's it for our graphics for now. We'll add more animations later. But as you can see, we're getting this warning here
sprite on the line.
View. And if I hover over it, it's going to say that this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects.
So we're going to have to add our collider,
2D is a
collision shape 2D.
And whenever we're working with physics, we need to define a shape
I think we do
the physics engine
box
can work with.
Or a rectangle.
So let's add a new node. I'm going to press the
Could do a
plus sign
capsule.
here. I'm going to search
But rectangle's
for
fine for this.
shape 2D, hit create. And here in the inspector, we can now define a new shape. I'm going to add a circle shape. I'm going to make this a bit smaller and drag it up. Somewhere around there looks fine.
Rather than a circle, I'm going to do a square.
Well, this is pretty far from our actual graphics, but that's totally fine. Colliders rarely need to be very precise, and it's a good rule of thumb to make them a bit smaller than the graphics if you need to. Having colliders that are too large is simply going to be frustrating when playing. So let's now rename the top node here to player. And let's save the scene, Ctrl S, as player, hit save. And now we can go into our game scene and simply drag our player in here. So I'm going to go to the top here and drag in the player. We also need to create a camera so that we can control what is currently being shown. So let's add a new node, hit Ctrl A, search for camera 2D, hit create. And now if we press F, we can see that we have this huge camera viewport. This is definitely currently too large, so let's zoom in on our camera. I'm going to set the zoom here to 4x4 and simply click and drag our camera to be on top.
Can I scroll on this?
And now we can try playing our game. And there you go.
You can kind of scroll on it.
Playing an idle animation.
Like click and drag left and right rather than
happening. That's because we need to add a script that allows us to move around. So let's close our game. Go into our player scene, and with our player node selected, let's press this Add Script button. Here we can choose a template. Of course, we're going to do some programming in this video, but writing player movement can quickly become a bit overwhelming. So for now, we'll use the basic movement template provided by Godot. Then later, we'll go in and modify it to play different animations and rebind input to the keys we'd like to use. As for the path here, I'm going to make sure that we put this inside of our scripts folder, and let's just name it player. Let's hit create, and as you can see, this creates a script that will move around our character. I know that this might look really confusing at first, but don't worry, we'll have a look at what all this means later. For now, let's just try playing. And our player immediately falls off the screen. That's because we need to give him a collider to stand on. Right now, our player has a collider, but it doesn't have anything to collide with. So in our game, I'm going to go back to the 2D view at the top here. This is where we can change from script view to 2D. Let's add a new node. So let's hit the plus sign. Let's add a static body 2D.
Static.
And this is another type of physics body. It's the one we use for things that don't need to move. That's why it's called static. So it's perfect for creating some ground. Let's hit create. And again, this is going to give us this warning here that it needs
a collision shape.
So let's add a collision shape. So I'm going to hit Ctrl A, search for collision shape.
This is going to be a world boundary.
Here, we're going to create a new world boundary shape. The world boundary is a type of collider that is perfect for stuff like, well, world boundaries, because it's going to extend infinitely on the horizontal axis here. So as you can see, it's currently pointing up. We could also point it to the side here, and now it's going to extend infinitely on the vertical. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z to undo that. Instead, I'm going to select the entire static body here. I'm going to change to the Move tool by pressing this icon here, or simply W on the keyboard. And I'm going to move it down.
Oh, W moves, okay.
Then I'm going to go back to our Select tool, which is here, or simply press Q. And while our collider doesn't have any graphics, it's going to be invisible, we can now play. And there we go. Our player now gently lands on the collider, and we can move around using the arrow keys and jump with the spacebar. Now, our player is currently a bit too fast, and I think his jump is a bit too high, so let's modify our script to change that. Let's close our game, go into our script, and at the top here, there are two constants that we can modify, our speed as well as our jump velocity. So I'm going to set the speed to something less like 130, and the jump velocity to say -300. And now when we play, it looks and feels a lot better. So our player is moving around, but currently there's not much to look at. So let's build a world to explore. World building 1.0. So to build our world, let's begin by removing our collider here. We're going to build an actual ground for him to stand on, and let's instead add a tile map node. So let's press new node and search for tile map. Now, the most common way to create levels in 2D is by using tiles. In other words, we build our game world by drawing different tiles onto a grid. This is a great way to work because we can create a lot of varied levels using just a few tiles. The tile assets we use to paint are normally packed together into one big image, just like our player was. This is called the tile set. So the tile set is a collection of tiles that we can use to paint from, and the tile map that we just created is the node we use to paint these tiles into our world. So to start painting on our tile map, we need to add a tile set. So in our inspector under tile set, we'll create a new tile set, and if we press it here, we get to configure some things about it. The main thing you want to make sure is set correctly is the tile size. The tile set in our asset does indeed have 16 by 16 pixel tiles, so we'll just leave that as is.
Okay.
Now at the bottom here, you can see that we have two tabs. We have the tile set and tile map. So before we can start painting with our tile map, let's go into our tile set and configure this properly. The main thing we want to do is drag in our tileset asset. So let's go into our assets folder under sprites and drag in the world tileset.png. It's going to ask us if we would like to automatically create tiles in the atlas. We do, so let's press yes. And now let's make some more room here and we can zoom in to view it. And as you can see, it's actually gone ahead and automatically detected the grid cells that have tiles. If for some reason it's made an error, we can always use our eraser here to remove tiles. In this case here, it thinks that the top of the palm tree is a bunch of different tiles. I'm going to use the eraser to get rid of these and instead go out of the erase mode and then hold down shift while clicking and dragging to turn this into one big tile. It's also split up the trees into 3 different tiles, but in this case, it's actually something that we want because it allows us to create trees of varying heights. I'll show you this once we start painting. Other than that, I think it looks good. So with this tile set up, we can now go to our tile map and start painting. Make sure that the scene has the select tool and that the tile map has the paint tool enabled. And now let's simply select a tile and start painting it in. If you make a mistake, you can always right click.
Is that it? The tile maps? So then you select it, you have a select tool. And it's that easy. I do like how things are set up in Godot. What are you complaining about though? What's this? Tilemap node is deprecated, superseded by the use of multiple tilemap layer nodes. I wonder if we're going to go into that. Let's just leave it for the moment, and then we can change that later.
So I'm just going to fast forward through me drawing out the level here. As you can see, I begin by blocking out the most essential game parts, leaving in room for gameplay objects like moving platforms and enemies. And then only once I'm finished with that, I start decorating. A nifty trick here is that you can select multiple tiles at once to paint in more than one, and you can always go into select mode in order to select large chunks and move them. Now once I'm ready to start decorating, let me just show you the cool trick with the trees here. So let's say we want to add a tree here at the top. Well, then we can actually just paint the bottom, then choose how tall we want the tree to be, and then paint the top. So that's one of the advantages of working with tiles, is that we can also make individual elements
too fussed about doing everything with this.
Level, let's just go ahead and press play, and our player is going to fall right off. That's because we need to add a physics layer to our tiles. To do this, we go to our tile map, go under our tile set, physics layers, and add a new layer. Then with this layer, we can go under our tile set, and here we need to choose what tiles belong to the physics layer, because we don't want to collide with everything in our tile map. The trees and bushes, we just want to pass right through. So let's go to paint here, and the property that we want to paint is the physics layer 0 we just created. And now we can actually go ahead and paint onto our tiles these physics settings. So I'm simply going to paint this onto all the different solid tiles. And if you make a mistake and want to remove a tile, we go here, select clear. And now we can paint.
Wait, I need to watch this.
Here. So let's say we want to add a tree here at the top. Well, then we can actually just paint the bottom. Then
let's just do a simple little map for the moment.
And paint the top. So that's one of the advantages of working with tiles, is that we can also make individual elements really, really flexible. So once you're happy with the level, let's just go ahead and press play, and our player is going to fall right off. That's because we need to add a physics layer to our tiles. To do this, we go to our tile map, go under our tile set, physics layers, and add a new layer. Then with this layer, we can go under our tile set, and here we need to choose what tiles belong to the physics layer, because we don't want to collide with everything in our tile.
Wait, so where tile map physics layers are here? Add elements. Okay.
The trees and bushes, we just want to pass right through. So let's go to paint here, and the property that we want to paint is the physics layer 0 we just created. And now we can actually go ahead and paint onto our...
Wait, where's that? On the tile set, paint. Physics layer 0, is it? Yeah, looks like. Let's zoom this up a little bit. And we're only really using these at the moment. I mean, might as well paint the collider on all of this. None of those ones. Cool.
For our tiles, these physics settings. So I'm simply going to paint this onto all the different solid tiles. And if you make a mistake and want to remove a tile, we go here, select clear, and now we can paint with no physics, or we can go back to the default tile shape, which is the entire tile, and paint with that, or simply hit F to do.
Where was the clear? I missed that.
Or we can go back to the default tile shape, which is the, so I'm simply going to paint this onto all the different solid tiles. And if you make a mistake and want to remove a tile, we go here, select clear, and now we can paint with no physics, or we can go back to the default tile shape, which is the entire tile, and paint with that, or simply hit F to.
Okay, 1 second. Let's do this. Clear. Oh, you can just use C. That's good. Right, that looks fine. Resets default shape. That's fine.
Do that. So C and F are the shortcuts here. Now, there are also some tiles that we do want physics on, but where we need the collider to only be on part of the tile, such as our bridge here. So if I zoom in on our bridge, we can see that if I just paint physics onto these, it doesn't look right. Instead, we need to go in and only paint a partial collider. So over here on the left, we can actually modify these colliders to exactly suit our needs. We can even add and remove points by clicking and right-clicking. But in this case, 4 points will do just fine, and that's a good shape for our collider. Then we can paint these onto the 3 different tiles. And then for the next one here, we can configure it. This slants up a bit. I'm going to paint that on as well. And then for the final one here, let's go ahead and make that go in the opposite direction. And here you actually want to be pretty precise whenever you have an overlap of the colliders here. I think that looks pretty good. This helps avoid that our character gets stuck. I'm also going to take the tile map and drag it to the very top so that we can always find it. And now when we play, we are indeed colliding with our environment. Awesome. Now we probably want our camera to follow the player because he's currently just running.
Right, let's do these ones. That, and that. Oh, wait. Can we select a tile layer? If we click on this, no. How do I copy this one? Can I copy? No. Edit points, add points, delete points. Toggle grid snap. Pick, maybe pick. There we go. Okay. So we're going to apply that to that. And then for this one, we just want to lift that up to the top and do it like that. Then we apply it to those 3. Cool. And then let's save that and run it. And let's see, hopefully that has just applied. Yep. And then we like follow this down as well. Oh, our camera's not following us. Is it just a case of doing that? Yep. Cool.
Running off the screen. So I'm going to make some room here. I'm going to take the camera 2D and simply drag it under the player. Making it a child of the player means that it will just automatically follow the player node. I'm also going to make sure that the camera is still positioned right on top of the player. And we can even turn on position smoothing to really smooth out our camera follow. So I'm going to enable position smoothing on the camera with a default speed of 5 pixels. And now when we play, as you can see, our camera smoothly follows our player. Awesome. So now we have a first draft of our game.
Let's just double check that. Oh wait, there was a new thing, wasn't there, for this jitter? Which I think is in project settings somewhere. 2D? Advanced settings maybe? Oh, where was it? Hmm. There was something in version 4.3 which I can't remember. Threading, navigation. 2D renderer? No. Memory limits? No. Where's this going to be? Delta smooth? No, no. Let's have a quick look on. It was in the 4.3 release notes, wasn't it? 4.3 Godot release notes. This one. 2D physics interpolation. Right, how do we set this up? Somewhere. Testing welcome. Implement physics interpolation. Is there a how-to? Like TD? No. Does it say how to do this? Maybe we'll click on here. Go on, that's a link somewhere. Oh no, it's a link to this exact point. Okay. Let's just search for this. Search Google. Godot. Project settings, physics common. Project settings, physics common. Physics interpolation. Okay. And then wasn't there something else? Was it the jitter? Smooth node. Godot with built-in. Highly recommend if you rely on older version without built-in physics, that's fine. And beta 1, that there. I'm sure there was some other setting as well. Somewhere here. First step. Do that. Choosing a physics tick rate. Okay, that's fine. So hopefully, with that block checked, it's now... No, it's still quite jittery. Do I have to rebuild it? Let's try and rebuild it. Yeah, much less. So much less jitter. Cool. Right. That little detour. Go back into it.
Everything is stuck to the grid. Let's start adding some dynamic and moving elements, such as platforms. Platforms, some that move and some that don't. So whenever we're creating a new element of our game, we begin by making a new scene. And for the root node here, I'm going to hit add and search for the animatable body 2D. This is a physics body that we use whenever we want to animate a node and still have it collide properly with other nodes in its path, which is perfect for moving platforms that should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics. So Control A, we'll search for sprite and select the sprite 2D. And now we can drag in the texture we want. So let's go under our assets, sprites, and drag in the platforms.png. Let's hit F and zoom in. And as you can see, this is also a sprite sheet.
So platforms just drag in. Okay.
and it's currently just displaying all of them. So let's go in and define exactly which one we want to show. We can do this under region, enabled, and hit edit region. And so we can kind of crop out the element that we want to show. I'm going to change the snap mode here to pixel snap, and I'm just going to go for a default grass platform. That looks good. And now when we close it, we can see our sprite perfectly cropped out. Again, we have the warning here, so let's go ahead and add a collision shape 2D. For the shape, I'm going to add a rectangle shape, and now we can simply click and drag this to configure it. Then let's rename our top node here to platform.
Okay, this is a little bit too quick. Let's just slow it back down. I'm following along.
And save the scene, so Control S. In our scenes folder, hit save. We've actually created our platform. So in our game scene, we can drag it in, go under scenes, find the platform, drag it into wherever we'd like, and let's hit play. And as you can see, it...
Wait 1 second. Let's just catch up. Let's make our platform the right size collider. And we wanted one-way collision going up, right? I think we're skipping ahead a little bit.
We can't actually jump onto the platform from underneath. To fix this, we turn it into a one-way platform. So in our platform scene, let's select our collision shape and enable one-way collision. And now when we play, we can jump onto platforms from underneath. However, the play...
So what are we saving it as? Platform. Platform. Save. Save. And then we can drag. Oh, we can't do it that way. Go into game. We drag our platform scene in. Put it up here. And then we just do another one. I wonder if you can do like another instance rather than dragging it in again, if that makes any difference. Just line that up. That looks good. And then if we play it, it's just test. Oh, keep on using WSD to try and use it. Try and move left and right. You might just assign that anyway. I think with this it's quite easy to set up. Should be easy to set up a template to use.
Player is currently passing behind the platform. This is because the platform is currently after the player in the tree. This means that each frame the player is drawn first and then the platform is drawn on top. We could just move the player in the tree, but I don't want to depend on that. Instead, we fix the draw order by changing the z-index of the player. So in our player scene, we go under ordering and set the z-index to something higher like 5.
Nice.
By default, all visible nodes have a z-index of 0. Because they all have the same index, they are drawn according to their order in the tree. So by setting the z-index to a higher value like 5, we ensure that our player will always appear on top. And now if we play, we can see that our player passes in front of the platform. So our platform is working, but it's currently just hovering there. We might want some platforms to move around to increase difficulty. So let's use animation to do that. I'm going to leave this platform here as kind of a static platform. I'm just going to place it there. Then I'm going to place another platform over here by simply dragging it in. This is the platform that I would like to move back and forth. In fact, let me just go into the tile map and make this gap even larger. There we go. So to add animation to this platform only, we simply select it, add a new node, and we want to use an animation player. Let's hit create. And now we can add a new animation, and let's name that move. Animation players in Godot are extremely powerful because they allow us to animate pretty much anything. In this case, we just want to do something really simple. We want to go to our platform and make a keyframe under transform for the position. So I'll hit the key right here and hit create. Then we can go.
Wait. So we put the platform animation player on there. And then where node 2D. Wait, no, it's got the platform selected. There we go, node 2D. Animation. New. Wait, I missed that. Let's go back a bit.
they allow us to animate pretty much anything. In this case, we just want to do something because
Where do we get the move from?
Let's hit create. And now we can add a new animation and
Right,
let's name that move. Animation players in Godot are extremely powerful because they allow us to animate pretty much anything. In this case, we just want to do something really simple. We want to go to our platform and make a keyframe under transform for the position. So I'll hit the key right here and hit create. Then we can go forward in our timeline here to say 1 second, move our platform to the right. So I'm going to click and drag. I'm also going to hold down shift to kind of snap it to one axis. Let's move it to there and let's add another keyframe. And now we can see that if we play, the animation plays. We also want this to loop, so I'm going to select loop here. However, this is going to loop in a way that it snaps back to the original keyframe. Instead, let's press it
Where's
again.
loop?
And now you can see that it's going to start ping-ponging back and forth.
Down here?
If this is currently too fast, we can simply increase the length of our animation. So here's the length. Let's set it to 1.5 instead.
That one's fine.
And drag our last keyframe to the end. And there we go. We now have a moving platform. Let's just make sure that we set it to autoplay. And now when we play the game and go to the place where we made our platform, we can see that it's moving back and forth. And if we jump onto it, the player will smoothly follow it. Really cool. And there's already so much you can do with this. Next up,
so
pickups.
easy.
Now let's add a coin that we can pick up.
I'm not going to be able to jump onto it.
Let's create a new node.
There we go.
And let's this time search for area 2D. This is a type of node that we use whenever we don't.
Right, I'm going to do... How are we getting on? Let's do the pickup section and then we're going to do a little break.
Want to collide with other objects, but instead we just want to define an area in which we can detect collisions. So we simply use this to detect if another body enters, such as the player character. Let's create an area 2D. Let's also add some graphics, so Control A, search for sprite, and we'll select the animated sprite. Under animation, let's add some new sprite frames, selected, and let's load in from a sprite sheet here. I'm going to use the coin.png, zoom in on this, and this only has one grid cell on the vertical, and horizontally it has 12.
Oh wait, not like that.
And now we can click from left to right or simply click and drag and add the frames. Let's hit F and zoom in. Set the FPS to 10 and hit play.
Wait. 1,
and that's our coin animation.
12.
Let's make sure that this auto plays. And just like a normal physics body, an area 2D also needs a collision shape. So let's add a collision shape 2D. And then for the shape, let's just choose a circle shape. Decrease the radius a bit. And that's actually all.
Wait 1 second, let's catch up. So that's fine. We want to speed it up just a little bit. That's fine. We need the collider. Oh, got caps lock on. Collision shape. We're going to make it a circle. We're going to shrink it down to about that.
We already need. So let's select our area and rename it to
coin
and save the scene. And now we can simply
drag
it into our game.
Save.
So under scenes,
Game.
I'll take the coin and place it around the level. You can always use Control D to duplicate. And now if we play, we can see that the coin is here, but nothing happens if we enter the area. So it's time to make our first script. So in our coin scene, we select the coin node and hit add script. This time for the template, let's just choose the default template. And for the path, let's make sure that this goes under the scripts folder. I'll create, and this is what it looks like when we create a default script in Godot. We can see that we've created the script on an area 2D node, and that it's automatically made two functions for us that we often use: ready and process. Currently, both of them only have the pass keyword, which means do nothing. So this script, if we run it, will do absolutely nothing. Now, the ready function is called right when our node enters the scene tree, which is just at the start of the game. So we can put code here that we want to happen immediately. Let's try it out by printing a quick message to see if it's working. So I'm going to write print, then in parentheses and quotes, I'm going to put I'm a coin. And if we play now, the print doesn't do anything in our game, but it does show our message, I'm a coin, in the output window. This is also referred to as the console,
too much for
and
this.
it's where we see messages such as prints and errors. However, you
Because
might
we've already
also
been
notice that the message
using it a little
displays
bit.
multiple times. That's because we currently have multiple coins around our game, and the script runs for each and every one. So since we have 5 coins, it displays I'm a coin 5 times. But we don't want anything to happen when we start the game, so I'm actually just going to remove these 2 functions. Instead, we only want to do something once our player enters the coin area, and for this we use a signal. Signals allow us to trigger code based on events that happen in our game. Godot has many built-in signals we can use. If we select our Area 2D node and go to the Node tab, we can see all the signals on this node. We want to use the body entered signal, which is triggered whenever a physics body enters the area. Since our player has a character body 2D node, this is going to trigger the signal. So to connect it, we simply double-click it and hit connect. As you can see, this creates a new function in our script called onBodyEntered, with a green arrow that shows that this is triggered by a signal. So let's here try writing a print function that says something like +1 coin. Now when we play and enter the coin area, it's going to print +1 coin. However, this message will actually display no matter which body enters the area. If we take one of these coins here and put it in the way of a moving platform, for example, this will also trigger the message. So now right when we play, we can see that it starts displaying the message, and will do so every time the platform passes through the area. To change this, we can either use code to check what body enters the area, or we can simply put our player on a separate physics layer. Let's try that out. So under our player, we'll go to the inspector, go to collision, and here we can change the physics layer from layer 1 to 2. Let's hit Ctrl S to save, and then in our coin, we can also go under collision. We can actually have the coin itself stay on layer 1. We don't need a separate layer for that yet, but we want to make sure that it only detects colliders in layer 2. For this, we use the mask. The mask defines what layers a node collides with, so let's set that to layer 2, because that's the layer that our player is on. That should actually do it. Now our coin will only detect collisions from our player. And instead of just displaying a message, let's also remove the coin from our scene when we pick it up. So in our script, after printing 1 coin, let's add a new line. We'll call the queue_free function, which is simply going to remove the entire coin scene from our game. And indeed it does. And our knight can now start gathering some coin. Now,
how come it's queue free? Where does that come from? Or is that just what it is in Godot, maybe? Okay, let's just double check that this is all working as expected. Oh wait, we've not got the animation automatically playing, but it is kind of working there. We've really got to time this jump right. There we go. Oh, and then we fell off. But anyway, on the coin animated sprite, this needs to autoplay. That's fine. Let's also just slightly adjust this. Can we see it on here? This. Can we do, how do we do it on our animation player? I think it's from freeing this object from memory queue. Okay, right. That sounds good. So where's our move? Our move is here. We've got top and bottom, but I think at the bottom here, can we just move this? Is that going to work? If I do this. Let's just have it come all the way down. No, that didn't move it. So, how do I adjust this position? Edit. What's changing? Can I see the values changing somewhere? And if I select, can I select this? What if I just do something like this? No, not this one. This one. Can I do something like that? Changing platform Y chord. But will that affect, that doesn't actually affect this key point. How do I, where do I click edit here? First, delete selection, apply, reset, bake animation. Need to overwrite the one assigned key point. Or which would be... Yeah, but how do I get that available to overwrite is the question. So we've got the position here. I can't actually just, if I click on the node. Oh, it has it right there. Sorry, I'm being stupid. So let's make that minus 25, right? And then click play. That has come down a bit, I think. Yeah, that's definitely coming lower. Okay, save that. Make it easier to do the jumps. Thank you for that. I was like, I don't know what it was. I was just seeing this as just like some other values. I looked at this point multiple times when I was looking for it. I was like, oh no, but the place is here. This is the position of the transform. That's what I need to look at. I was like, oh, this is just some extra property information that's nothing to do with the animation for some reason. My brain was saying that. Right.
Depending on what type of loot we pick up, we want different things to happen. In this case, I want to display a score that increases when we pick up a coin. But we'll look at that when we get to text. First, I think something a bit more pressing is dying and restarting our game. Dying 1.0. So we happily move along in our world until suddenly we miss a jump and fall into the abyss. And then nothing happens. Let's change that. The first thing we want to do is limit our camera so that it doesn't follow our player when we fall down. Luckily, this is really easy to do. We simply select our camera under the player, go under limit, and here we can set a position limit for the left, top, right, and bottom part of our camera. In our case, we need to set a limit for the bottom position. To do this, we can use the ruler tool here at the top, or simply press R, and measure from this baseline here to where we would like the limit of our camera to be. I think a good value would be somewhere around, say, 120. So I'll simply go back to select mode and put in 120 pixels on the bottom. I'm also going to enable smoothing.
Making a platform in Godot is so easy. I was shocked when I tried to do it for LD. It took me 24 hours and I was like, I still have 24 hours left now. It does look like it's very well set up for it. Like all of the things here just seems so well set up for making it easy for people to jump into.
Bottom position. To do this, we can use the ruler tool here at the top, or simply press R, and measure from this baseline here to where we would like the limit of our camera to be. I think a good value would be somewhere around...
Why is that the baseline though? What's he saying baseline there? That's the baseline there for me, right? And if I hold shift control, don't snap it, no? Okay. Yeah, 120 down, it seems about right. So if we do that,
say 120. So I'll simply go back to select mode and put in 120 pixels on the bottom. I'm also going to enable smoothing, and now when we play, we can see that our camera will follow the player, but whenever we fall off, it's simply going to stay put. Next, we need to detect that our player has entered a dangerous...
Nice, let's double check that. Oh, can you not do that? Is that a new feature? Yeah, this ruler looks like it, looks like it's doing that. Cool. You got to migrate to Godot 4 apparently. Yeah, pixels, measurements.
area and restart the game. In other words, we need to create a kill zone. I'll show you a really cool way to do this that allows us to reuse the same kill zone for more than just falling off the map, such as for spike traps, enemies, all kinds of elements of danger. And when we want to create a reusable element, we start by making a scene. Then to detect if we enter an area, we again use the area 2D node, and let's make sure to set the collision mask here to 2. We only want to check for the player, which is on layer 2. And we won't add a collision shape here. That's because we want to be able to reuse this for all kinds of elements that might have different shapes. Instead, let's simply go ahead and rename this now to kill zone and save it as a new scene. Then in our game scene, we can add it by dragging it in or simply pressing the link button here and selecting the kill zone. And then in here, we'll add the collision shape.
Wait, what link button? Where is
Or
that?
simply pressing the link button.
Oh. Okay, so it's just another way to drag it into the scene. That's fine. We don't want it there. We want it on the game, though. You plan to for the next Loonder. On the previous one, the HTML build was still broken. Okay. Well, we tested it for this jam, and that build looked like it worked completely fine for HTML. So, fingers crossed.
And selecting the kill zone. And then in here, we'll add the collision shape. So I'm going to hit Control A, collision shape. And for the shape, we'll use the same world boundary shape that we used earlier for the ground. Now let's make sure to select the kill zone node itself, go into Move, and use the Move tool to position it down here at the bottom. I'm going to place it pretty far down so we're sure we don't hit this by accident. Or I mean, we're going to be hitting it by accident, so let's make sure we don't hit it on purpose. Or I mean, I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to place it down here a good bit away from our level. And now we can add a script to make something happen when we enter the area. So in our
Should have put that all together.
Select it, add a new script. For the template here, I'm just going to select empty, and the path, let's put it under the scripts folder. And now we have this empty script to play with. I'm going to connect a signal, so go node, make sure we have the kill zone node selected. And again, we'll use the body entered signal. Let's double.
So wait, that's in our script here, we don't want to group. That's fine. Right, we're going to add a new script here. Scripts. Open.
Double click it, hit connect, and it's going to create a new function on body entered.
Yep, same again. That area on body entered. Okay, connect.
In which case, we can go ahead and print that you died. And now if we play and jump down, it's going to print that we died. Now, instead of immediately restarting the game, let's add a small delay. We do this using another node called the timer node. So let's add a new node, search for timer, and under the inspector here, we can choose some different things about it. Let's set the wait time.
Wait. Timer added on the inspector. Wait time, yep.
To something like 0.6 seconds. Let's also make it a one shot to make sure that it doesn't loop. We can then start this timer in our code. To do that, however, we first need a reference to it. Luckily, that's as simple as going to the top of our code, clicking and dragging the timer node, and holding down Control while releasing. This creates a variable called timer that automatically finds the node using this.
Didn't mean to do that.
Now, if you haven't worked with paths before, they are actually quite simple. They specify a way to get from one node to another in the tree. So if we look at this example tree, to get from the game node to the camera, the path looks like this. It goes through the player and ends with the camera. And in our case, where we just want to get from the kill zone to the timer right underneath, we don't have to go through any other nodes, so the path is simply timer. Again, right now we're brushing over concepts such as variables and...
See you, Zimni. Have a good weekend. Thanks for dropping in.
Functions pretty briefly, but you can learn more about programming and what all this really means in our upcoming video on GDScript. For now, just know that using this click and drag method, we can now access our timer node using the name timer. So to start our timer, we make a new line and write timer.start. Of course, we now need to trigger some code when our timer runs out. And again, we can use a signal for this. So with our timer node selected, let's go under node, and here's the timeout signal. So let's double click that and hit connect. And this creates a new function called onTimerTimeout that runs when the
timeout. Okay.
timer ends. And then in here, we can simply restart our game. To do this, we first access the scene tree, so get tree, and tell it to reload, so reload current scene. So our player enters the kill zone and triggers the onBodyEntered function. This prints a message that we died and starts the timer. When the timer runs out, it triggers the onTimerTimeout function, which then reloads our scene and restarts the game. And indeed, when we play and jump off the map, we fall down and...
All right, let's test that. And then this seems like a good point to do a little break. So that's fine. And then if we die, we respawn and everything's restarted. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, we're going to do a quick pause here. Let's put some stream music back on. Only going to be like a little 5-minute break, but back in a sec. I'm just going to go and get a drink. What we're doing? Back soon. Where's our timer? Let's do that. Cool. See you guys in a bit. Right, we're back. Okay, so we're about halfway through the tutorial, I think. Where are we? 40 minutes out of a bit over halfway. Yeah, let's finish off this whole video and then we'll jump on to doing some GMTK play rates.
And the scene restarts. Great.
So let's pause this.
I'm stuck. World building 2.0. Let's expand on our game world a bit now that we have more elements to work with. First of all, I want to make sure that we stay organized. So let's take some of these nodes and categorize them. The easiest way to do this is by simply adding a new node. For this one, I'm just going to select the base node here, hit create, and now we can rename this. I'll make one for, say, coins, and simply take all of the coins and drag them under that node. We can do the same thing for platforms and any other elements that are cluttering up your scene. Now I'm going to paint in a bit more level and change the things that I don't like.
I'm not going to bother too much with this bit of like building out the level because that's
I'll also paint in some background tiles, but
really showing me
another layer to our tile map. So not under our tile.
Yeah, that's not really showing me how to do how to use Godot as a game engine. So I'm quite happy with just this little setup for the moment.
I'll set, but under the tile map itself, we have this layers, and this is the one we've been painting in. Let's just call this mid for midground and add another one that we can call background. Let's move this to the top to make sure that it's drawn first. And now when
on the tile map, we have tile sets, physics layers. Has this been broken out into separate things now? Navigation, custom data layers. No, layers here. Okay. So let's just
we have this layers, and this is the one we've been painting in. Let's just call this mid for midground and add another one that we can call background. Let's move this to the top to make sure that it's drawn first. And now when painting, we need to select.
Okay, 1 second. Let's do. This is our mid layer. And then we're going to add a background layer here. And we're going to move it to the top.
The right layer to paint on. So let's select the background, and then we can start painting in some background tiles. A nice trick here is to use the rectangle tool to paint in a lot of tiles at once. And now our game looks a lot better.
Okay, so we've got mid layer. We can use this. Why can I not paint on here? I can, okay. I'm not going to be too fussed about making things correct here, because this is just to learn how it works. Why are the rest of our tiles gone though? Is that because we've got the background selected? So on our mid layer, that's where all the things are. Maybe we accidentally deleted some. Yeah, okay. I think we must have accidentally deleted somewhere there. But let's just do this and just do this. And then another layer here. And then up in the clouds. Cool. And then if we select play, does it auto-save? I think it auto-saved there. Cool. And then we got our background layer. Nice. Cool.
Better. It has a background and a whole new part of the level that we can explore. And of course, this process is just about trying things out and making changes until you're satisfied. Enemy. A proper hero, of course, needs a good enemy. So let's make one. Let's create a new scene. And since this enemy doesn't need to collide with anything, we can just go ahead and use a node 2D as the base. Let's also add an animated sprite, so I'll search for animated sprite 2D. Let's go to animation, add some new sprite frames, select them, and let's load in from the sprite sheet here. In the pack there's both a green and a purple version of the enemy. I'm just going to choose the green one, and this is a 4x3. And I've included 3 animations here, one for the enemy kind of waking up, an aggressive idle animation, as well as one where the enemy takes damage. So I'll use the idle animation here. Let's add these 4 frames. Let's hit F and zoom in. I'm also going to move this up, set the animation to autoplay and the FPS to 10. And now if we preview, we have an animated slime. And this is...
I need to slow this back down again. It's going a little bit too quickly. Right, so we're going to add our green slime. Okay. Let's make sure we've got 3 vertical, 4 horizontal, that's fine. And we're just doing the idle, which is the top bit. And we zoom in here. Going to bring him up to be flat on the ground. Going to play. Oh, this is kind of like waking up. This isn't the idle frames, is it? I wish it would start like zoomed in a bit more. What are we going to think the idle? The idle's the middle, isn't it? Oh, didn't mean that. I want to delete these frames. And we want to speed up this frames per second. That's fine. And autoplay.
Yep. This is where things get really cool. Because we made our kill zone into a reusable scene, we can simply use it for our enemy as well. So at the top here, I'll add in a new scene. I'm going to select the kill zone. And now all we need to do is give this a collider. So Control A, search for collision shape. Let's add in a rectangle, fit it to fit our enemy. By the way, I'm holding down Alt to scale uniformly. And with that, we can simply rename our top node here to slime and save it as a scene. Now in our game, we can drag it in. I'm going to place it over here. And if we play now and move to the enemy, we can see that just by throwing together a couple of nodes and reusing our kill zone, we've successfully added a new element of danger to our game. If we...
So let's do this. We add in our slime. Okay, well, the other thing we were going to do was to add in the groups. So just a node, call this coins. And add our coins in here. So we can hide that. And let's do new node. Let's call this like environment or level. And we're going to put the kill zone. We're going to put the platforms in. And we're going to put the tarmac in. Can I put it in there? Yep. No, it's not letting me. I guess because that's in the background anyway. Okay, then we add our slime. And where is he? Oh, he's on the player at the moment, isn't he? There we go. Let's just put him here on the bridge. And then we save and we play. And let's check. And then that does our death animation. Okay. Well, not animation, but death script. That's fine.
We enter the enemy, we can see that indeed our game restarts. Of course, currently dying doesn't look very exciting. We'll fix that in the next chapter. But first, let's make our enemy move back and forth. We could, of course, do this using an animation player, just like we did for our platforms. However, I think it would be cooler to make a script that moves our enemy to the right until we get close to a wall, in which case it changes direction and starts moving left. This way we can simply drag and drop the enemy between any 2 walls in our game and our script will do the rest. So let's start by making our enemy move to the right. So I'll go into the slime, add a new script, use the default template and place it under the scripts folder, and hit create. Let's get rid of the ready function, and instead we are going to be using process. Just like movies, video games display motion by drawing frames and showing them in quick succession. While movies show frames at a fixed rate, most often 24 frames per second, video games generally try to draw as many frames as possible to get a smooth result. How often this happens will depend on the system the game is running on and what is happening in the game. But unless the game is lagging, it should draw a new frame at least 60 times per second, and often much more. Before the computer can draw a new frame, however, it first has to update the state of the game. What has happened since the last frame? It does this for all the nodes in our game. Then it draws the new frame. This is referred to as the game loop, because it happens over and over again, and it is really the driving force of our game. Godot of course does this automatically, but we can add functionality to the game loop using the other function in the template, process. Unlike ready, which only runs once, process runs every frame. This makes it perfect for doing things over time, such as moving an enemy. We simply make sure to change the position of the enemy a tiny bit each frame. So in our script, we can simply remove the pass keyword and instead access the position of our slime, more specifically the x-coordinate of our position, and add 1 pixel to this every frame. Then in our game, let's go ahead and place a slime close to our player so that we can see this happening, and play. And as you can see, the enemy just shoots past us on the screen. Now one problem with this that might not be obvious other than it's moving way too quickly is that we are increasing the X position every frame by a fixed amount. And because our frame rate can vary, this means that the enemy will sometimes move faster than others, which is not very good. To fix
we're going to do like a times delta.
This thing here called delta. Delta is the amount of time that has gone by since the last frame. If we are drawing many frames per second, delta gets really small. And if we lag out a bit and are not drawing as many frames, delta becomes bigger. Because of this, we can use delta to compensate for variations in frame rate. If we have a high frame rate, we want to only move our enemy a little each frame. And if we have a low frame rate, we want to move it a lot. In other words, we can multiply our movement by delta to make it independent of the frame rate. Now, delta can be a bit hard to wrap your head around at first, but don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. A good rule of thumb is that whenever we have a speed value that we can adjust, such as our 1 here, we should probably multiply it with delta. So in our script, we simply go plus equals 1 multiplied with delta. Now what this essentially means is that we're going to be moving 1 pixel per second, which is not very fast. So let's instead change this to something like 60. And we can actually store this speed in a constant at the top of our script, just like in the movement script. So here I'll write const speed and set it equal to 60. Then we can simply use speed here instead of hard coding the value. This makes it easy to change constants right at the top of your script. And now if we play, we can see that our enemy is moving at a reasonable rate, and we know that this speed won't change from system to system. So let's get rid of this extra slime here, and instead make this one actually change direction whenever we face a wall. To do this, we need a way to control the direction we're currently moving in. So let's create a variable that does this. We'll create a var, call it direction, and set it equal to 1 by default. Then if we need to go in the opposite direction, we'll set it to -1 instead. And to actually apply this, all we need to do is multiply it into our speed. So we'll go direction times speed times delta. This is a really standard way of doing movement. We simply add onto our position in a direction, multiplied by speed and delta. So now all we need to do is check if the enemy gets close to a wall. And for this, we'll use a new type of node, the raycast node. Raycasts are invisible rays that we can shoot out to detect collisions. So inside of our slime here, let's add a new node of type raycast2d. And as you can see, it draws an arrow to represent this. Let's move the starting point here to the center of our enemy, and let's have it shoot out to around here. I'm going to rename this to raycast right.
Right, let's just check this. So we've got an arrow going down. We want it to go right. Can we snap it to grid? No. Is it? Use grid snap. Let's try this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then we want it from the middle, really. So here, move this. Yep. And that's a bit far forward, so we'll bring it down a bit. Let's do it from the eye line. That's fine.
Right, I'm then going to press Ctrl D to duplicate. I'm going to have this shoot out in the opposite direction and rename this to raycast left. Now in our script, we can reference these nodes just like we did with our timer. We simply select them both.
So wait, we're going to do this. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to point it in the other direction. And this is our raycast right. And then this next one is our raycast left. And then I'm going to save that, go back into our slime script. We're going to select both of these. And then we're going to click and drag and use Shift, I think it is, to do unreadies. Nope. So undo that. Is it Control? Yes.
Click and drag and hold down Control while releasing. As you can see, this creates two variables, one raycast right and a raycast left. Then every frame before we move our slime, we will go ahead and check if we are currently colliding to the right or to the left. If raycast right dot is colliding, if this raycast is hitting something, well then colon, and then make sure to indent here with the tab, we will set our direction to be -1. If we are colliding on the right, we want to move to the left. And we'll add another one of these if statements. So if raycast, you guessed it, left dot is colliding, well then we'll set our direction back to 1. And that's it. Our enemy is now ping-ponging back and forth between the two walls. And this is happening completely automatically through script. Really cool. Now the only thing that is left is to flip the enemy sprite when it changes direction. Luckily, if we go inspect our animated sprite here, under offset, we have this flip age property, which will simply flip the sprite. So let's control this through our script. In our script, we'll get a reference to our animated sprite 2D. This creates a variable called animated sprite 2D.
Okay, and then we do the same thing here. No, we want to select this first. So the thing I can see that's going to happen here is we're going to need something to detect the edge of the level as well, the edge of a platform. I assume. Let's just have a quick look. So if we run this now, does the slime just walk off the edge? Yeah. So if we restart this and try and follow the slime, oh, it's not got gravity affecting it at all. So the way that we could handle this is having another raycast at the front of the slime. And then we figure out when it's not colliding. Let's just see if that works. Just see if we have an understanding of how this is doing this properly. So if we duplicate this and we do like raycast floor, and this one we want to point because if we point it down, it's got to move off the edge first before it will turn around, but on the frame that it moves off, it will turn around. So it should still be the center. It might get to the very edge of the platform and then turn, but that's fine for what this is. So we say if raycast, wait, we need a new link to this. So click and drag and hold this. Let's put animated sprite. Let's go higher up there. So if raycast floor dot is not colliding, can we do? If not raycast is colliding, maybe? Direction times equals 1. So that should turn it around when it doesn't see a floor. Hopefully, it's just as simple as that. Which isn't the case. Why not? Oh, because we're setting our collider there. So this has to be after. So if it collides with a wall, it sets left or right. Otherwise, it should change direction, right? Print no floor. Let's see. That should be able to detect it, I think. Let's just try an else here. Print floor. And then we reset. Oh, we did times equals 1. Times equals -1 is what we want. Is it just that? Let's reset it. So why is that not turning it around? Span no floor. Direction times equals -1. So 1 should become -1. Oh, because we need a buffer here to say just turned or something like that. Because we're still off the floor here when we, so we're constantly hitting this when we're off the edge. I mean, there's an option. You could have 2 separate raycast floors, one like here. Let's say we don't snap to grid as much. Wait, which one's which? Use smart snap. Can I go in between? No. Like that. So raycast floor right. And then we duplicate it. And we do raycast floor left. It's not really the nicest way around to do this. But let's save that. And then we go back into the script. We want left and right floors. We go here, hold that. So we don't really... we didn't even need to do that, did we? Yeah, sorry, let's, so if direction equals 1, and we say, so that's moving right. If not raycast floor right, dot is colliding, then direction, well, equals -1. It's going to be the same thing, isn't it? No, because of the offset in the raycast, that's fine. And I'm going to keep forgetting this semicolon at the end of these. And then here, we do an else. If not raycast floor left, dot is colliding. Hey X3, how's it going? Is colliding. Then direction equals 1. I think. Forgotten what name you prefer to use. Is that X3 okay? Or Boo? You don't know. How are you doing? Method is colliding on a null value. That should be fixed now. So now if we rebuild, Let's see if this works. Yeah, been a while. I haven't been streaming for a little while. Yeah, okay. So now it notices either when there's no more platform or when there is a wall, which is good. Yeah, probably from, I assume from Game Jam stuff. Maybe Luden Dare? I haven't been streaming for a while though. This is first time using Godot for me. I was using Unity before. Right, so that's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. Because a lot of the games that I've been trying to do so far are like pixel art stuff and all 2D, it kind of made sense to me just to do to give Godot a try, and it's so much nicer to work with. I understand, yeah, 3D stuff maybe it's not quite there yet, but 2D stuff it seems so well set up so far. I've had limited experience with it, so I can't really comment too much. But yeah, things just seem to work better in my eyes. So at the moment, I'm just following through this Brackeys tutorial.
Whenever we are colliding on the right here and we change direction to move towards the left, we will also go to our animated sprite and set the flip H property to true. And when we are colliding on the left and we're changing direction again, well, then we'll go to our animated sprite and set flip H back to false. And that's it. That's our entire script. Let's find our enemy here and...
So actually here, if direction equals 1... So really what I want to do is of our starts direction, let's call this, which equals direction at this point. And then here, so we only have to do it once. We just say if direction not equal to start direction. I'm hoping that's how we do not equal to. Then we do animated sprite 2D dot flip H, flip horizontal. Is that a... Oh, I need to set it true or false. So if we set it to not the value that it is, that should work, hopefully. Right, let's see if that's the case. Yep. And then he turns around. Cool. Nice. So that way we don't need to put this flip multiple times as we're going through. Only it happens if we have changed direction based on this logic. That's cool.
And set flip H back to false. And that's it. That's our entire script. Let's find our enemy here and hooray, we've made an enemy, and a slimy one at that. But of course, dying to the enemy could definitely look cooler. So let's fix that. Dying 2.0. Let's start by adding a slow motion effect when we die. We can do this by changing the time scale of the entire game. So inside of our kill zone, we'll open up the script here, and right after we print you died, let's modify our time scale. So I'll go engine.timescale and set it equal to 0.5. This means that we will go at half speed. Then when our timer runs out, let's set this back to default, because otherwise we will actually still be slowed down when our scene reloads. So we'll go engine.timescale and set it back to the default 1. And if we play this now, this is actually already much better. Notice that it also takes twice as long before the game restarts, because everything in our game slows down, including our timer. But I think it could be even cooler if we remove the player's collider to make him simply fall off the map. To do this, we need a reference to the player. We actually already have this here. You'll notice that after the onBody entered here, there's a variable called body. This refers to the body that entered the area. And since the only thing that enters the kill zone is our player, body is our player. So we can actually add a new line here that goes to our body, and then we simply need to get the collision shape node under our player. So we'll do dot get node and we'll search for the collision shape 2D, and we can remove it. So call .QFree on that node. Again, QFree means to remove that node. So here we're accessing our player, getting the collision shape node, and removing it. And now if we find our way to some danger, boom, we are hit and we fall off the map. Cue the sound effect. Whoa! Player 2.
Right, let's just double check if that works. It's quite useful to know though, so that's quite good. Cool. And is that actually slowing down? Yeah. Nice. Okay.
2.0. So far, we've been using the character movement template pretty much as is, but we need to modify it in order to add animation to our player, as well as change the key bindings that we use to move. So what are we looking at here? Well, the top two lines define two constants with our speed and jump velocity. There's also a variable here that defines the gravity based on our project settings. By default, this is a value of 980. So we have these three values.
So that's not there in this though. This is using get gravity instead, but I'm assuming that's a Godot 4.3 update.
But the meat of the script is really inside of this physics process function. Physics process is very similar to the process function we used for our enemy. However, while process is great for a lot of things, there is one part of the game engine that really struggles with not knowing how many times per second it is going to be run. That is the physics engine. Physics in general need to update at fixed intervals to avoid janky behavior. Luckily, physics process solves this problem because it runs at a fixed rate, 60 times per second by default. This is independent of your game's actual frame rate and helps physics run smoothly. We use it for anything that involves the physics engine, like moving something that should collide with its environment, such as a player character. So in this function, a few things are happening. If the player is not standing on a surface, we add gravity. If we press the spacebar and the player is on a surface, we jump. And then we get the direction we need to move in based on what arrow keys are pressed and move accordingly. Now let's start by rebinding some input keys. For this, Godot uses an action system. We create actions for anything we want to do in the game. Jump is an action, so is move left or move right. We can then bind keys to these actions. Let's try it out. So let's go to Project, Project Settings, Input Map. And here we can add some actions. I'm going to add a jump action, as well as a move left and a move right. Then we can use the plus sign over here to bind a key. So to my jump here, I'm going to hit plus, and then it's listening for input, so I'm going to press the space bar and hit OK. And as you can see, space is now bound to jump. For a move left, I'm going to bind the left arrow key, and I'm also going to bind the A key, so we can use vast for movement as well. As you can see, there's no problem binding multiple keys to the same action, which is really handy. I'm also going to bind right arrow to move right, as well as the D key. And now we can use these actions in our script. By default, Godot uses some built-in actions that are meant for navigating UI. This is why it says things like UI accept here. Let's replace these with our own actions instead. And as you can see, it will actually help us by auto-completing here. So I'm going to put in jump for my jump action. And then for moving left here, I'm going to change to move left. And for moving right, I'm going to change to move right. And now we can use the keys bound to our actions to move around, which in my case are both the vast keys and the arrow keys. Awesome. The next thing we need to do is to update our player graphics to face the direction we are moving in, and to play the right animation. Let's start by flipping our sprite based on direction. So just like with our enemy, we first need a reference to the animated sprite node. Again, here we can simply click and drag and hold down Control. Again, I'm going to remove the 2D from the name to make it shorter, and then we'll add some extra code to our function. Now, this line here defines a variable called direction that is based on our input. If we don't press any buttons, direction will be 0. If we press move right, direction will be 1. And if we press move left, direction becomes -1. So we can use this variable to check if we are moving left or right. I'm going to make some space in the code here and make my own comments as well. So use a hashtag for a comment. This here gets the input direction, which can either be -1, 0, or 1. And this down here actually applies the movement. So in between, we can add a section that flips the sprite. To do this, we check if our direction variable is greater than 0. Well, that means we are moving to the right, and we can set animated sprite dot flip horizontally to false. If this is not the case, well, then we want to check if our direction is less than 0. For this, we can use the else if or elif keyword. So else if our direction is less than 0, well, then we'll set animated sprite dot flip age to true. And now if we play this, we can see that our player sprite indeed faces the right direction. Now let's add some animation. So let's go to 2D view, select our animated sprite, and let's add two new animations. One called run and one for jumping. In our run animation, I'll add some new sprite frames. Select our knight. Remember, this is 8x8, and I'll simply add all of the frames in the run animation, which stretches over 2 lines here. I'll add those frames, set the FPS to 10.
Yeah, wait. Maybe that speed's a little bit too quick. Okay.
Right, and let's add two new animations. One called run and one for jumping. In our run.
Okay, so when we do this, we do here. How do we do new animation here? Yep. Run. No, don't want to rename that. I want to rename this. Run. Wait, why have we got loads of debugger Errors. What's wrong? What's wrong? I think we need to stop this running. Oh, I had something go wrong there. Having to think about it. Input action jump doesn't exist. I thought we added jump. Didn't we? Project settings. Jump is there. Oh, because we didn't rebuild the game. That's fine. Clear this. Let's rebuild. Okay, that's much better. Cool. Let's stop it running. Okay, so animated sprites. We want to go to here. No. Sprite frames. Run. Add our night. Open. We are on an 8x8. And our run. I assume is all of this. And we go back to our 2D scene and we play it. Is it just the same frames being repeated though? Yeah, it seems alright. And then we want a jump. No, I want to rename this. There we go, jump. And we're going to set this to 10. We are going to add in sprites, night. Oh, what's jump? What do we do for jump?
I'll add some new sprite frames. Select our night. Remember, this is 8x8. And I'll simply add all of the frames in the run animation, which stretches over 2 lines here. I'll add those frames, set the FPS to 10, and play. Looks good. Then for the jump animation, I'll also add a sprite frame. And there are a bunch of different ways to go about this. But in our case here, I think we should actually play our jump animation whenever we're just in the air. This means that this will also play when we're just falling off a platform. And for this, we could use a very quick looping animation or simply a single frame. I actually like this one from the roll animation, so I'm just going to use that. Then in our script, we can of course play these animations. So after we get the input direction and flip the sprite, let's add a new segment, which is going to play animations. And here we also need to check our direction variable. More specifically, if our direction is equal to 0, well then we're standing still. And we can go ahead and play animated sprite dot play the animation called idle. If this is not the case, so
if direction
else, then we want to play
is
animated
0.
sprite dot play the run animation. And that's actually it. If we now start running, we can see our run animation being played. Finally, we just need to add our jump animation. And here we can use a built-in.
Okay, and then we're doing here animated sprite dot play idle. Okay, that seems nice and simple. Animated sprite dot play, and this is going to be a run. And then here, if not is on floor. I think this is where we're going to want to do this. Animated sprite dot play jump. And then an else. And wait, we've already got 0 to play idle here. No, we're not going to want this. How are we doing this then?
Character body 2D, which is to check if we're standing on the floor. So at the top here, we'll check if we're currently on the floor, is on floor. Well, then we want to go ahead and play our idle or run. So I'll cut this using Control X.
Oh, okay. We're just going to do it like that. Okay. So here we're just handling our animation. So if is on floor, then we have these two options. Else we do our jump. Else animated sprite dot play jump. And we save that. And then when we run this, let's check those animations work. Yep. So our jump animation is fine. We're idling, and then when we run, we've got an actual run. Nice. Okay.
Paste it into
And
the
then actually, let's assume what we're going to do is play a death animation somewhere. So we're going to stop this. Put our music back on while we're doing this. So I wonder if we can get animated sprite from here. So in our kill zone script, we do body.getNode, and this is our animated. Why am I not getting autocomplete? Sprite 2D dot play. Is that going to let me? Die. And then we add an animation here, which we're going to call die. Probably 10. Going to add our knight. Okay. 8x8. Death is there. Okay, that's way too fast. But it's going to be halved, isn't it? So actually it's going to play at this because the time frame turns down. So let's save that. Kill zone. Does that work? Let's see. It's not going to work because the process is overriding it, isn't it? Yeah. So if we now try this signal, signal. Let's call it a kill signal. Right, and then we say, how do we tie these together again? I can't remember. Can I open another game? Can there be multiple instances of Godot open? White knights can't jump. What do you mean? How's it going? Is it going to let me open this? Also, why did that message not come through? Oh, it looks like it does let me open 2 games at the same time. That's good. Just being able to like have a look at how I did something in another bit of code is going to be very useful. Right, so we go to scripts. We did a signal input, and then on ready, we did .connect. So, similar to that, we need function ready. And then we're going to do something like this, but it's not going to be quite that. We're going to do gil.connect. Let's just call this like gil player. And then we need a function for kill player. Oh, kill player. I really need to figure out my naming conventions here. That we're not going to return anything, and we're going to have a variable for the player. Var is alive equals true, and then here we're going to say is alive equals false. Okay, that one came through. You see, there was a movie in '92 called White Men Can't Jump. You didn't have a sprite sheet for jumps. The White Knight is. That's your best joke of the week. Nice. Wasn't expecting a full, full explanation. We need a little like a joke command. How's your week been? Did you submit a game in the end to this? Not to this, but to the Game Jam. They did a remake of it last year. I have heard of the film. I haven't seen it. Is it good? It sounds like it should be a basketball movie. So then all of this can just be locked behind if it is about basketball and you don't think you've seen it. Nice. If is alive, we do all of this. Is there anything we need to care about otherwise? No. Nice. Well done for submitting. It was, what title did you go with in the end? It was something about linear lines you were saying before. Brilliant. Lucky Lefty loves life-size line art. Well, when I get through my play queue, I'll dig it out. I assume you can search through. Right. No. Why is it changing to that sprite then? Oh, we're not omitting the kill. That's why. So in our kill zone script here, so rather than this, can we do emit? Something like that. How did we do emits in the other one? So we're having a look at... Oh, so we do the name.emit. Okay. Is it going to let me do that? That's the question. So die.emit it'll be. Let's see if that works. Oh. Oh, no. Invalid access to property or key die based on object type of character body 2D player.gd. Oh, because it's kill, not die. Maybe. I hope that's the case. Oh, also, yeah, that looks like it worked. But we just need to do animated sprite play die here. So we'll try that now. I don't think I need to rebuild each time. I think it does automatically. It does like hot reload for most of it. Yay! Okay, the timing of it's wrong, but that's good enough. I mean, the thing is, there's a whole load of assets and stuff set up here. I wonder if we're going to go into like music and sounds. Text, score, audio. Yes, okay. So let's see where we go next.
Standing on the floor, well then we're in the air and we can go and play animated sprite.play our jump animation instead. So if we're on the floor and our direction is 0, well then we're playing idle. If it's not 0, well then we're playing run. And if we're not on the floor, we aren't doing any of those things, we're just playing the jump animation. And that's it. Now if we play, we have a fully animated knight. I like to think that she's a former princess who got so tired of waiting to be saved from the big bad dragon that she took matters into her own hands. Who better to save some princesses from a dragon than someone who knows dragons like her own back pocket? But feel free to make up your own story. And that reminds me, story. We need a good way of communicating story, hints, and other valuable information to the player. And to do this, we need text. So let's add some text elements to our game. Text. There are multiple ways of working with text in Godot, as part of a larger UI or as an integrated part of the game world. For this game, I decided to try making the text part of our world. In Godot, a text node is called a label. So let's add one. Let's hit Ctrl A and search for a label. Let's focus on it. And as you can see, this creates kind of a bounding box for our text. So I'm going to put it over here and scale it up a bit. And let's add some text in the field here. I'm going to put in a gameplay hint. And as you can see, the text looks really blurry. That's because since we're using pixel art, we're actually zoomed in really, really far, which makes the otherwise smooth text appear blurry. So we can fix this by using a pixelated font with hard edges to match our style. I've of course included.
Sorry, I was just trying to move around the music window. Let me restart that.
For this game, I decided to try making the text part of our world. In Godot, a text node is called a label. So let's add one. Let's hit Ctrl A and search for a label. Let's focus on it. And as you can see, this creates kind of a bounding box for our text. So I'm going to put it over here and scale it up a bit. And let's add some text in the field here. I'm going to put in a gameplay hint. And as you can see, the text looks really blurry. That's because since we're using pixel art, we're actually zoomed in really, really far, which makes the otherwise smooth text appear blurry. So we can fix this by using a pixelated font with hard edges to match our style. I've of course included some in the assets. So let's go under theme overrides on our label, fonts, and here we can drag in the pixel operator font. We can also change the font size under font sizes here, enable that, and I'm going to set mine to 8. Note that we have to use multiples of 8 in order for the text to appear crisp. So you can see if I change this to 9, it becomes blurry again. But we can use 16, 24, 32, and so on. I'm also going to go to the colors here and change the font color using the color pick.
Let's jump back again, sorry.
Enable that font theme match our blurry. So we can fix this by using a pixelated font with hard edges to match our style. I've of course included some in the assets. So let's go under theme overrides on our label, fonts, and here we can drag in the pixel operator font. We can also change the font size under font sizes here, enable that, and I'm going to set mine to 8. Note that we have to use multiples of 8 in order for the text to appear crisp. So you can see if I change this to 9, it becomes blurry again, but we can use 16, 24, 32, and so on. I'm also going to go to the colors here and change the font color using the color picker.
Okay, I'm not too fussed about doing all the different styling and that kind of stuff.
Provide story or gameplay tips. Once we're happy, we can categorize all of them under a node. So let's create a node, call it labels, and drag all of them under that. And now when we play, as you can see, they appear as a natural part of our game world. And just like with sprites, because the player character has a greater z-index, it will draw on top. So let's use one of these text elements to display our current score. Score and points. To create a score or coin counter for our game, we need two things: a script that keeps track of our current score and a label to display it. It's common practice to place game-wide variables such as a score inside some kind of game manager. So let's make one. We'll hit Ctrl A to add a new node. Let's rename it Game Manager, and I'll place it right at the top here. The reason why we are using a regular node and not a node 2D is because we don't need our game manager to have a transform, in other words, a position, rotation, and scale. Now let's add a script to our game manager. we'll use the empty template, and for the path here, let's put it inside of our scripts folder, and let's also rename it with non-capital letters. Create, and let's create a variable for our current score. So we'll write var for variable, name it score, and default it to 0. Now, so far in our code, we've only used the built-in functions of Godot, and some that we made with signals. In this case here, we want to create our own function that adds a point to our score and displays it. So I'll write func for a function, we'll name it add point, open and close some parentheses, and put a colon. Then on a new line, we'll write score plus equals 1 to increase our score by 1, and print our current score.
Why not just do amounts?
Unlike ready, which runs at the start of our game, and our signal functions, which run when a signal gets triggered, this function currently has nothing that calls it.
Score
so
plus
right now our function
amount.
is here, but it isn't being run. To change this, we need to go into our coin script and tell it to call this function whenever a coin is picked up. So inside of our coin script, we need a reference to our game manager. But if we just click and drag while holding down Control, we get this really weird looking path. This is because the game manager is higher up in the tree than the coins. And it's generally bad practice to use paths like this that try to access nodes at the same level or higher in the tree. Luckily, because our game manager is a one-of-a-kind and we are sure that there will always be only one game manager, we can solve this by marking it as unique. So let's right-click our game manager and select Access as Unique Name. As you can see, this creates a percentage icon next to the game manager, letting us know that it's a unique node. This makes it much easier and safer to get a reference to the game manager, because now when we drag it in, instead of a $sign with a weird and unpredictable path, we get a percentage sign, which means that Godot quickly finds the node via its unique name instead of using a path. One limitation of this is that you can only access unique nodes from within the same scene. If the game manager and the coins were in different scenes, this wouldn't work.
What should I call it?
Now in our function, we can replace the print line here with game manager, access our game manager, and call the function add point. And now when a body enters our coin, it's going to go to the game manager and run our add point function. And if we play, we can see that every time we pick up a coin, it increases and prints our score in the output window.
Why is this not?
Finally, we can use what we learned about labels in the previous chapter to create one for display.
Wait, why was it not picking up our add point? Yeah. Does it not just to not do the autocomplete? Did I not call it add score? Add score int. Should be okay. Let's just rebuild and see if that actually did take. Just seems like the autocomplete didn't work, but that might just be only the autocomplete, so that's okay. Yep. One coin. Oh, fell off. I died. So we can take that one coin. Yep. And then there's 2. Yep. And 3. Okay, cool. I like that you can like impart velocity from the platform to get a higher jump. So wait, if we're going down on a jump, it's a shorter jump? I like that. And that's just by default. Brilliant.
Finally, we can use what we learned about labels in the previous chapter to create one for displaying our coins. I'm going to make a little place for this in our level. For now, I'll just put in some text that says you collected X amount of coins. I'm also going to change the auto wrap mode to word. Now we can wrap our text and the horizontal alignment to center. Finally, I'll use a bolder font. Now we can take this label and rename it to something like score label. And since we want to change it from our game manager, let's drag it right under our game manager. Now in our script, we get a reference by clicking and dragging, holding down Control. And instead of printing our score, we'll go into our score label and access the text property and change it to you collected. And then here I'm going to add the number, add the score onto that amount of coins. Notice how I make sure to add spaces between the words. And while this looks good, it's actually going to give us an error. And that's because we need to change this score here from a whole number variable called an integer into a text variable called a string. Again, we'll talk much more about variables in our video on GDScript. But for now, we can cast this using str for string and then wrapping it in parentheses. And now when we play and pick up some coins along the way here, once we get to the end, it says, great job, you collected 6 coins. And if I pick up another one, it's going to update.
Okay, let's just double check that all works. Oh, didn't mean to refresh that one. Meant to rebuild here. Let's see, does that work? I think shouldn't be any reason why not. Oh, where have we put it though? Okay, there we go. 1 coin. Cool. That's fine. I don't really care too much about the look of it.
Left, and for moving right, I'm going to change to.
We've skipped back loads, haven't we?
Direct. Dot.
30.0. We're on text.
Because the
Score.
Now our function is the weird.
We're just doing this bit.
And that, or we need to change this score here from this.
Yep.
And I don't know about you, this is great and all, but I think it's distinctly lacking a bling sound when we pick up a coin.
Okay, then audio.
Bling. Bling. Audio. One of the things that often get overlooked when making a game is audio, but music and sound effects are a huge part of building the mood of your game. This is of course a beginner's tutorial, but let's at least
get our
feet wet, or should I say our ears wet? Nope, I shouldn't. Let's at least add a music track.
Oh wait, so that's not going to go onto stream, is it? No. Okay, so I need an audio input, capture, audio application capture. Godot engine. Make source visible, that's fine. Okay. Gonna select that. Find window of same executable, that's fine. And then this, I think I want to put a bit of a damper on because that sounded quite piercing. So 1 second, let me just do the settings on this. We did a ducking filter, which we're going to copy. And we're going to apply to this, filters, paste. Does that works, right? Yep. And is it got the right input? That's fine. The mic input is okay. And then in dev, or add, we want to add our scene. No, we want to copy and paste a reference to. So then we got Godot there. Where is it in our, and then we transition that. And then I'm pretty sure we'll drop this down just for the moment. And then this should now, oof, that's so sharp in my ears. But that should be audible on stream. That's fine.
And a pickup sound for our coins. Now in the assets, I've included a music track as well as a few sounds. And to play these, we need a new type of node, the audio stream player. So let's add a new node, search for audio stream player 2D. Let's rename this to music. Then we can take our music track here, Time for Adventure, and drag it into the stream slot. We're also going to set it to autoplay. And by default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. This is going to open up our audio importer. Here we can...
What type of asset was it? Audio stream player 2D. Okay. This is going to be called music. We're going to open it up. We're going to stream this.
Stream player 2D. Let's rename this to music. Then we can take our music track here, Time for Adventure, and drag it into the stream slot. We're also going to set it to autoplay. And by default, this is not going to loop. To change that, let's double click it. This is going to open up our audio importer. Here we can preview our music track. Groovy. Anyways, we can loop. So let's enable loop here and hit re-import. Now by default, all sounds are played fairly loud, and since this is background music, we probably want to turn it down a bit. We can do this by adjusting the volume on each individual AudioStream player, or we can use the audio tab here at the bottom. This is actually a fully functioning audio mixer, and we can add different buses to control our audio. Let's add one for our music, as well as one for sound effects. And then we can simply route our music here into our music bus. So now we can control the volume of our music using this slider. I'm just going to set it...
Wait, how do we attach that? I missed that.
Bus. So now we can...
Where's bus? Bus, here. Music. And this is going to be sound effects. And then, what, we're just going to drop it down a bit.
Volume of our music using this slider. I'm just going to set it to -12. And we have music. Unfortunately, it's going to restart whenever our scene is reloaded. A quick fix for this is to take our music node and make it into a scene. So I'll click and drag it into our scenes folder, hit save, and then we can add this scene as an auto load. Auto loads are global scenes and scripts that we want to persist throughout our entire game, no matter which scene is currently loaded. So let's remove music here from our game scene and instead go to Project, Project Settings, Auto Load. We'll click the little folder here and navigate to...
Wait, where's Auto Load? This was the same issue I was having the other day. So is Auto Load not in the project settings anymore? Wait, was there something there? Reload, tools, open user data, export version control. No. Has it moved? Auto load? Auto load on startup? No. Right, so maybe globals. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. So slightly moved. Thank you. Help.
Settings, auto load. We'll click the little folder here and navigate to...
So this scenes music. Right.
Our music scene and hit add. We've now registered our music scene as an auto load, which means that if we now play, even though our music
so it is a slight change from
our game, it automatically
Godot 4.3, right?
And even better, it doesn't reset when our game restarts. Now to add a pickup sound, we go to our coin and add an audio stream player. Let's rename.
Let's just double check that that audio comes through. Nice. And then, yeah, doesn't restart. Cool. That's pretty good.
Name this to pick up sound. Drag in our coin sound and set the bus here to sound effects. And now we can
I just
actually
do
play
this?
this sound through script. But since we are removing the coin immediately by
Does it need to know? It looks like it does the right thing, right? Audio stream player. What type of node is this? Audio stream player. Whereas, does it matter if it's 2D or 3D? In 2D space. So I guess we want that though. So we'll remove that and then assign the coin here. Just so that the location of the audio matches.
calling the Q3 function, the sound won't actually get a chance to play. We can of course fix this by adding code that waits until the sound has finished playing, but then we might get weird functionality where we try to pick up the coin multiple times while it's playing and it will still be visible until the sound is finished. So let me show you a really cool trick to get around tricky timing things like this without writing any code. That is using an animation player. So let's add an animation player. And here we'll create a new pickup animation. And the first thing that we want to do when we pick up the coin is to hide the coin sprite. So I'll go into the animated sprite 2D, and this will change the window. So I'll go back to animation here. And now under visibility, I get to keyframe
bit too quick.
visible.
Wait. Let's slow it back down to
animation here. The animated sprite 2.
So wait,
Here we'll create
I've added this, added an animation.
And the first
Got
thing we
pickup
want
animation.
to do when we pick up the coin is to hide the coin sprite. So I'll go into the animated sprite 2D, and this will change the window. So I'll go back to animation here. And now under visibility, I get to keyframe.
Wait, so we want animation, pickup, 2D. That's still going. I don't need... Wait, how do we stop this from playing? This one. I suppose it doesn't really matter who it's playing. That's fine. So we're going to this animation though.
Frame the visible property. Now, when working with animations that don't need to play until later in the game, it's nice to be able to go back to the default values after animating. By default here, our coin should be visible. Now, this is pretty cool. If I just create a keyframe here for the default value, Godot is going to ask to create a reset track. If we say yes to this, Godot is automatically going to create another animation track called reset that will simply reset this value to its default state. So now in our pickup animation, we can keyframe it to whatever we want. In our case, when we pick up the coin, we want
Let's close the other
visible. So I'll
window, so we don't need that. Why is this not working though? There we go. Okay, create reset track. That's fine.
Disable that. Want. In our case, when we state. Right. So now in our pickup animation, we can keyframe it to whatever we want. In our case, when we pick up the coin, we want it not to be visible. So I'll disable that, keyframe it. And then if we want to go back to our default values, we simply go to our reset track and there it is. It goes back to default. So let's go to our pickup. Let's also modify our collision shape. We don't want to be able to collide with it while it's playing the sound. So let's simply go ahead and add a default key here for the disabled property. Hit create.
So a default key disabled. So why is this not? Oh, maybe I'm not clicking on it directly. Hold shift to skip the dialogue. Okay. So in the reset, that's that. And then in pickup, we want to disable and keyframe it, right? Is it being really picky about like where I click on this? I think it is.
And now we can set disable to true and add a new key. We can also go into our pickup sound here. And let's add a default key for the playing property. Let's hit create. And now since the sound plays pretty quickly, I can actually reach the key in time. So we can go down here instead. I'm just going to scale this up a bit. Go down here to the value, the keyframe here, and change it to on. So we can actually modify the keyframes here as well. So now we have our pickup animation.
So wait a second. How did we add this in?
Sound plays pretty quickly.
Okay, so we keyframe. Sure. And then here, when we click on it, we click the value on. Oh, that sounded horrendous.
I can actually reach the key in time. So we can go down here instead. I'm just going to scale this up a bit. Go down here to the value, the keyframe here, and change it to on. So we can actually modify the keyframes here.
So do we actually not need the ones on 0?
So we have our pickup animation, and if we go to reset, we can see that everything goes back to default. So that's just a nice way of working with animation. So now we play the sound, disable the collider, and hide the sprite. After 1 second though, we can go ahead and remove the coin from our scene. So all of these keyframes here are on second 1. Let's put them over to right at the beginning of our animation at second 0. And then after 1 second here, we want to remove.
Wait, so how do we want to select this, we want to remove this and this, and then select all of these, move them onto 0. Is that on 0? Time 0, yep. Time 0, yep. Time 0.
Remove our coin. And this is a really cool part about the animation system, is that we can actually add another track here, a call method track, that is used to calling functions. So on our coin, we want to call a function, and I'll right click right where we want to do that, insert key, and the function that we want to call is the queue_free method, which is right here. And so now after 1 second, it's going to call the queue_free method on our coin without us writing any code. And voila, all the things we could have done through code are all inside this animation. And again, to get back, we simply choose reset. Now all that is left is playing the animation through script. So in our script, we'll get a reference to our animation player.
Save that.
And instead of directly
into the script,
queue_free, we'll go animation player.play pickup. And if we play now, we can hear our music.
So instead of all of this, no, instead of just the play queue_free, we do animation player.play. What do we call it? Pickup.
And we can hear our pickup sound when we run into the coins. Awesome. Export.
That looked like it was delayed though. So let's rebuild and let's check that works. It seems a bit delayed. Why is it delayed? So animation unentered. On this play immediately. On body entered. Why? There's no delay here. It seems weird that there's that pickup delay though. Can I move this? I can't move. I'm not going to be able to move this further. The collision disable straight away. That's that. It does feel like there's a delay on that pickup though. So from the frame that collides to the frame that plays the music. And also let's drop that down a bit. And that pickup sound should be on our sound effects bus. I wonder if there's a way to make it. Yeah, maybe based on the priority. I wonder if anyone else has commented. Oh, nice, yeah. It also sets the playhead frame at frame 0 instead of 1 as the video. Any comments about? Multiple scripts in the node. Nodes of classes, typed in script, okay. Right. I wonder if there's anyone's written about it. Could I delay playing sound? It's a .wav file, but that's not the issue. Maybe it's this. Project settings. Editing the latency setting. So is it this? Is that really only delaying at 15 milliseconds? If we set that to 10 and then rebuild, what happens? does seem better. Let's just double check that that is what's happening with that setting though. So we go to here and do that as like, let's say 50. Oh, you have to save and restart. Okay, maybe we weren't doing that. Let's see if it does work. So then if we now play it, has that fixed that audio delay at all? Well, it should be worse now because we've added more latency. I don't know if it's really that noticeable. I think that sounds the same, doesn't it? I thought there was a difference, but it's just latency audio video driver. Back to 15. And then save and restart. That's a smart way of doing it, but that seems a bit weird. New Androids are okay, older ones had bad latency. So you have like a looping noise with the audio set to 0. And then when you want to play the audio, you set it to 1. Or set the volume up, yeah. It's quite an interesting idea. But is there... okay. We'll leave it how it is for the moment. If it just feels like there's a delay, but I think that was the same on his version too. So if we play this.
And if we play now, we can hear our music, and we can hear our pickup sound when we run into the coins.
Yeah, the collision happens significantly before the audio plays. Godot, SFX. Playing too late. I want something much more recent. These are all from ages ago. Maybe Godot 4, if I select that. This one. This looks a bit more recent. See if there's any comments here. But the sound I want to associate with the coin will not play. Pick up coin, kill zone. Right. Sound's not playing because the node object was being destroyed yet. Okay. Okay, yeah, so we could attach the sound effects player. And, auto-loaded, but no, okay. That'll be something to look into if it's an issue. But yeah, I do think having the option to not have that delay. Is it something to do with one of the settings? Max distance, attenuation. Try doing a code without the animation player. Because, yeah, so when we're doing here, the pickup, we're running the Q3 after. So you're saying if we take this off this track, but in here instead, we do the sound. So here, oh, for example, pickup sound dot play. Try that. Yeah. Let's see if that works. Still that delay though. I wonder if it is a case of having on well, I don't think that's the animation player is doing that though. I don't think this is adding the delay. I think it's a delay between when this function is triggered. Oh wait, let's put that above. Let's see if that makes it. I don't think that'll make any difference, but when this function is triggered, the time it takes to start playing the audio track. You might want to look at delays on signals. I think it's probably something that it's just tied to physics frames. Yeah, basically we just want the audio to play as soon as possible. Do you do game dev in Godot? Is this something that's common? That there's a delay between wanting to play a sound and it actually being played? Like, I wonder if we go into our player script and we just add here let's add it like a audio player. And let's not care about whether it's 2D or you're learning. Don't have any experience with sounds there. Okay. So let's do the jump here. This is going to be on the sound effect layer. Playback type default. And then in our player script, we get a reference to this. and we say audio stream player on jump dot play, right? And that should just do a jump sound effect whenever we play. I haven't listened to the jump, so hopefully it's not annoying, but it's still a I feel like there's still a delay there. Like I fully released the jump button, the spacebar, before the audio starts playing. Now, is that because maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just being overly pedantic about that. Being a bit nitpicky on it. We'll do it as something to look into another point. Okay, then export. Let's see where we go with this.
Export! Finally, we are ready to export. Really?
I mean, it might be something that's covered in the GDScript tutorial as well.
Incredible that you made it this far. You can feel very proud. So let's get our game out of Godot so we can share it with others. Godot can of course export to many different platforms, but I'm on a Windows computer here, so let's go ahead and make a quick Windows build. The first time we are exporting our game, we need to download the export templates. These are a little large, so to keep Godot lightweight, they aren't included by default. To install them, we go to Editor, Manage Export Templates, and hit Download and Install. And the export templates are installed and ready to be used, so we'll close, go to Project, and Export. In this window, we'll add a build platform, so let's go Add, Windows Desktop. We'll enable Embed PCK, which will export it into a single file. Then we scroll down. As for the product name here, I'm going to type in Princess Dragon Slayer, and we can hit Export Project. I'm simply going to put this on my desktop, uncheck Export with Debug, and hit Save. This warning is not a problem, we'll hit OK. And now on the desktop, we have this first game.exe. We can open that up, and voila! We made a game!
Nice, okay. We did this export already for the Game Jam version.
Woohoo! And that's it. Congratulations on making your first dish, or I mean, game in Godot. If you don't understand everything or are unsure about where to go from here, don't worry. That's totally normal. It takes a little while to become familiar enough with the tools to feel really free with them. Never hesitate to use the documentation, tutorials, or code examples you find online. When I started out, I spent a lot of time remixing other people's scripts before I started to write my own. Now, where do you go from here? Well, that's totally up to you, but if you want to continue adding to this game, here's a list of things that you can try out. Expand the level. See how far you can get using just what you know now. I think you'd be surprised with how much fun gameplay you can get out of just these simple elements. Add effects, like an animation or particles when picking up a coin, or more sound and music. Add more danger elements, like spikes or traps that turn...
Unzipping the templates. Yeah, I was just downloading the template, right? Hey, all good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, the Game Jam's in 15 days, isn't it? It's what date was it? 8th of September it's starting. We voted on the no, I don't think so. I think it just it hung for a moment, the exporter. Cool. I'm not going to bother exporting this project though, so I think it's all okay.
turn on and off. Most of these are just variations on the
Yeah,
zone we've already made.
books now,
Add a main
they've
menu,
got
more enemies, give the player a weapon, or add power-ups. You can also
theme
expand on the game
voting.
manager, for example, to use it to switch scenes. A
I
common
can't
way to do
remember where
this
the
is by
link
turning
was,
it into
but
an audio mode, just like we did with our music
we
track.
had a look
Or
at
perhaps you want to
the
improve player movement by adding
theme
difficulty
shortlist
time and
yesterday.
algorithms. The possibilities are endless. Also, don't forget to check out Zenva Academy. Be among the first 50 people to use the coupon code below to get 20% off the first year of your Zenva subscription. And that's it for making your first game in Godot, and I wish you the best of luck on making your second one.
Let me just see if I can find them again. So actually, let's pop this back onto this main screen and we can hide our research screen. Don't need that. Okay. Brackeys Game Jam 2024 0.2. I think we need the 0.2 version. Yep. And then down here, theme voting is here. Oh, I can't see the themes again after I voted. Okay, I can't remember. Wait, if I do incognito. Okay. So I think I voted for I think I did Oceans, Calm Before the Storm, Unexpected Gift. Yeah, Trees is a weird one. I wonder if I can, like, yeah, if I minimize it, then we can see. Can we see all of them without? Yeah, I think that was there. Okay, so The Village, Calm Before the Storm, Oceans, An Unexpected Gift, Ancient Discovery, Trees, Who Is It? Calm Down. So I'm fairly certain I did these three in a row. So Calm Before the Storm, Oceans, Unexpected Gift. I didn't like the idea of trees, even though it does actually give you a lot of options. Because it doesn't just have to be like the plants, trees. Trees could be like skill trees in the game. It could be research trees, unlock trees. There's loads of different interpretations for that. Evolution trees. But yeah, I didn't like the idea of calm down. I think Who Is It? I almost did, because there's a whole like detective lineup kind of system that you could do, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's no point. Oh, I could do some brainstorming on ideas for these. Yeah, name that Pokemon. You could have like a silhouette. You got to figure out. But cool. Okay, so that was the Brackeys How to Make a Game in Godot video. Can I do copy video URL? So link there. I think it should be in the YouTube description already. But we'll see with that. Cool. What next? I think really it's just playing. I think we're going to do these 5. And then maybe we'll look at wrapping up stream. Should I just jump straight into them? They're all playing browser, so yeah. Let's do this. Yeah, there's going to be loads to rate, but actually we'll do these and we'll see how it go. Web performance not great. Unfortunately, I'm only going to do the web-based ones, so I guess I'm not going to rate it too much based on performance in-game in browsers. Okay, let's start with build to scale. I can close that, move this up to here, close that one. Okay, do I need to update stream title? Is there an easy way to do that? Playing some GMTK 2024 Game Jam games. Sure, let's do that. I don't think you can just update a title in YouTube live streams. I think it's because it saves it as the video as the VOD. It's just stuck at that. So that'll be fine. Okay, the king needs your help. As the best sapper among the ranks, the king has sent you out on an important mission to gather enough wood to construct a siege tower. The battle begins at dawn and you are the last hope. Using Frey asset pack. Okay. So the pixel art, music and most sounds using this asset pack by Ivani Sound, made in Godot 4.3. Work full time, don't really know how to code, so I didn't get to spend as much time as I would have liked. But it's a game jam, so who cares? I'm going to be real, I didn't actually get to flush out the theming. I was going to make it so as you have to build the siege tower and have this whole thing make sense. Wait. I'm going to be real, I didn't actually get to flush out the theming. I was going to make it so you have to build the siege tower. Okay. And how this whole thing makes sense, but alas, most importantly, thank you. No matter how rudimentary and janky this game may be, I still put time and effort, and I appreciate everyone taking time out of the day to spend on something I created. Cool. Okay. Well, let's see how we go. Maybe we just, I think rather than full screening, I'm just going to zoom in a bit because otherwise it's going to get cut on the edges. As long as that doesn't affect the pixel art drawings. Shouldn't do. Okay, is audio being picked up? It is. Can we move this up? One second, let me just figure out how my audio is going to work here. Music. If we call that like that. Oh, it's not ordered by that. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Maybe if I change scene and come back. Let's see if that works. Nope. Okay, let's just hide the alert sounds. I don't need to see how loud they are. Okay, is that good audio volume? It seems it. It'll dip a bit whenever I speak, but that's fine. Maybe bump it a little bit up. Right, let's reset to... Okay, it's going to be blurry anyway, I think. I'll try and keep an eye on it, see if anything gets missed from the bottom. I think we should have the full screen here. We just got a bit cut off the bottom, that's all. That should be okay. Okay, well, one thing I'd say with sound effects is if you put a sound effect slider in, you need a sound that plays when you change it. But I imagine ran out of time. Okay, that's cool. Is that 3 bundles? Okay. So we got to look at pushing these onto the various pressure points by the looks of it. It's a bit floaty with the, a bit slidey with the platforming. That's not too bad. Is that all I need? What are the other bundles for? So we've got another one down there, another one at the top here. Do I want to take these with me? Can I take these with me? No. Oh no. Have I blocked my way? No. No. Okay. 2 bundles left. I don't know what the bundles are. Okay, we've got one to push over here. Oh, no. Ah. Is there any way out of here? Can I restart? Wait. Why is Gemini responding? How do I stop? How do I stop this? Right. Let's just turn the the audio down on my phone. Okay, I don't think I can get out of here. I don't know if this animation, if the animation's in between, like this multicolored animation sprite, if that's something they've designed themselves and they're just using this asset pack for the idle. Can I restart? Is there any inputs, description, controls? No, I don't think so. I think I've just got to restart then. We'll try again. Was there any controls overlays somewhere that told me what inputs are? Like the loading screen. It's cool. Okay, it's just WSD. AD and space. Is there anything else? I think you just run into things. I don't think there's really any control with that. None of the other buttons seem to be doing anything. But they did say that they didn't have a lot of time in this, so I think that's fair. Nice use of foreground and background elements. Okay, I'm just going to have to be extra careful. Yeah, could probably do with a little bit more friction on the ground setting, especially with something like this. Okay, so that opened that, but those stacks didn't drop. Do I have to push another one on top? Okay. And now I can go up this way. Ugh. No. There we go. Okay. So we've got a load of things here. But I don't think I can move it back up. No, no. Okay, run. Oh, I thought they'd come back. No, it looks like they're permanently disabled. That's fine. And then it looks like I've got to jump up to here. Can I jump underneath these? No. Can I even make that jump? Oh, just about. Now we can dump that there. It doesn't look like we needed these open though. And the music doesn't loop. Okay. Hank? Oh, thank you. I didn't see the T. I was like, why does it say Hank? And then there's a platform on the left. Okay, but we can't crouch. I can't get to the ending. Wait, no. I feel like the end. There is an end. Well, considering this was walled off down the bottom, what if I just push these across and then try and jump over it after? Go on. No, no. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. No. There might not be an ending. No, okay. Alright. Well, we've got some interaction going between the buttons and the various gates. I don't know how easy that is to set up. Cool, let's have a quick look at these asset packs to see if it's all just been drag and drop. Okay, so this is the background art. And the character art. Okay, it's all these animations. So maybe the idle animation was created. Was built up. Maybe the tile set? I don't really know. Using Frey asset pack. Oh. Wait, this is... Okay, so this platformer asset pack. Let's put our music back on. Oh, that's a bit loud. Sorry. Drop that back down. Okay. Music and most sound effects from Ivani Sound. Made in Godot. Okay. It's difficult to judge what's been made. I think it's basically level design with the tile map, and maybe these buttons to open the gates. Is that part of this Frey platformer setup? Tile animated props. You can't really tell in here. There's the spike trap. And the buttons and stuff like that. So maybe the spike will... Oh, this is the developer here. Thanks for putting this out for people to use. I don't really know how to judge this because I can't really tell what was made and what was part of the asset packs. But I guess we're combining these three different asset packs. Well, I guess their animations are kind of set up. Let's have one more look through it. Yeah, I think this whole setting the font size so that we don't have the aliasing. I don't know if that's easy to set up. I'm sure there's a setting in Godot for it, so this would be sharp. That'd be useful to do. Like, the level design's pretty cool. Having to look around the map and figure out where you need to go. A reset button would be good. Just if you get stuck, like I did down in this pit off to the left. I don't know what the bundles left actually is referencing, because that doesn't seem to be updated when this button works. Is that if I only put one... Can I get up here? No, can't go that way. If I only put one bundle on this pad to the right there, would that update? Because I thought when we dropped the bundle pack from the top here, it did update to say more than one bundle put on. Yeah. So maybe that text is saying how many bundles of weight to put onto the pressure plate to open up the door. It does look like down here there's like offshoots to the left that you should be able to go through. Let's give it another try. Okay, but you can't actually jump up from here. A little bit of a priority time, maybe? No. The jump isn't that high. So yeah, a reset button would definitely be useful. Or like a menu. Is there a pause menu? P? Tab? Any other? No, I don't think so. I think we've just got the left, right, and jump. Yeah, interesting level design. But yeah, it just looks like you run out of time. Nice. Well, nice work. Can't really tell what direction you want to take this in. If you did want to continue development, as a best supper among that ranks, the king has sent you out on an important mission to gather enough wood to construct a siege tower as the battle begins at dawn and you're the last hope. Okay, so maybe we're looking at like collecting bundles. I don't think you can pick up wood. I don't think that's implemented in this. Yeah, as long as you enjoyed making it, that's important. Let's see. Siege is going to commence in the morning. You must gather wood for the siege tower. Features a sapper trying to build a siege tower to scale a castle. Are there any other comments? Yeah, nice having the thank you on the final level. Yeah, a good setup. You got some. I don't know if this is something that they've had to set up, but they like scrolling foreground elements as well that are with the opacity on these clouds going past. Is the background move? No. Background stationary image, isn't it? Hey Zuni, how's it going? Welcome back in. So we finished the Brackeys tutorial, so doing some of this Game Jam stuff, the playrate stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to tell when asset packs are used, like how much work has really gone into it. Yeah, that'll be something I will look into at some point. I think that's later down the line though. But thanks for the offer. Yeah, so a reset mechanic or the level design around this bit so that you can actually jump out. Maybe there is an option. Is there a way that we could jump out of here? I don't think there is. Like, even if we time it right, we can't do that jump, which we were doing. Yeah. So I think this is a reset there. Oh yeah, wait, I should pause my music when the game music is on. Sorry about that. But yeah, it looks like you wanted to work towards an option of like collecting the wood stacks to build out this siege tower. So probably having some puzzle elements towards like using the minimum amount of stacks to activate buttons and get through the level, so that then you can collect other stacks to continue on. So there's this maybe kind of a scoring system implied with that. That you solve puzzles. Yeah, there's 3 bundles left. Where is it intending that I take these 3 bundles? Because I can move on to the next level area. Is it over to this side? Oh, okay. So they're both in there now, but can I jump back up and get that last bundle? Yes. I don't know if this is actually tied to anything. It might just be, here's the area where you wanted to collect things. Right, I don't think it'll be any different, but... And then we want 2 bundles in this area. Which, just make sure I don't fall down this gap again. There we go, that's that one. Oh, no. And then that's that. Yeah, this -1 bundles. Probably something to look into. So yeah, maybe it's an idea of, maybe that's what you're going for, is collecting things at the right point. Oh, okay, so this is why we need to unlock all of this, is to get the 1 bundle here. But I don't think, if I just shove this off the edge, that opens my way forward. It counts as the 1 bundle, and we don't need to do any of these other buttons, do we? And then can we get here? No, because of the way it falls. Can I nudge it from this side? No, doesn't look like it. What if we get that one to flatten? Can I nudge it? Oh, maybe. No. Got to nudge them together again. I kind of just want to see if I can get over into that gap, but I think by the time I push them over, no, I can't get there. Just to see if there was like an end. Oh, so that's what's happening there, is the animation is replaying from the start whenever a button is pressed for this barrier that's here on the right. Oh, I didn't check the hitbox. I wonder if I can slide into this somehow. Is there a hitbox or like a death screen on spikes? Something else to check. No, it's just a glider. Okay. And we just need to press the button once, okay. Cool. Well, what happens if I just drop these down? Can I make that jump? Yep. There's a bit of coyote time. Wonder what happens if I drop this now. Will they all drop still, or if they stopped moving? Ah. Just to make sure I didn't get trapped down there. Speed running it now. The controls feel quite nice actually. A bit of slide that you probably don't need. Probably come to a stop a bit quicker. Just wish I could see if there's a there's a zone there. Cool. All right. Should be able to handle. Yeah, I feel like if I can get Clyde at the end there, I can tell. What are you? What's the issue you're talking about there? Oh, the stacks that got stuck in midair. Is that what you're talking about? It is a bit odd that they stay floating on that second. It's on the second screen, right? We'll do one more run through. Just have a look. Oh. Push that on there. So this, I think. This isn't my code. I won't be able to have a look at it. As in, like, I won't be able to compare what they've done for this. But yeah, if we push this on here, it seems like it doesn't update the gravity for this until you knock into it. Which might be intentional because it then forces you to have to push that block off. Maybe the intention was not to give a button to remove this the wall that's here, and the idea instead is that you have to figure out, oh, if you drop more weight onto it, it might break through on its own. But then they might have run out of time to implement that, and they might have defaulted to, oh, we can put a button here that releases that gate. Maybe that's what their intention was. But yeah, cool setup. Nice use of turn on update on object physics if not interrupted. Yeah, they've probably got a trigger for that. But yeah, cool. I imagine this default sprite is something they've done then, because the whole pack of animations seems to be this like multicolored sprite. In which case, I like the model for the sapper. It looks cool. And yeah, like in terms of looping audio when it gets to the end, that kind of stuff. It's all just little things that if you had more time, I'm sure you'd got onto. Cool. All right. Well, that is build to scale. What's next on the list? The worst housing market since 2008. Well, they only needed one, but didn't have time to do more. Maybe, yeah. Okay. How does this fit the theme? The player is to build a beautiful town on top of a scale. Building and scaling, don't know. Wait, credit assets. See description for credits, okay. So, music. Grass texture, water shader. Original shader inspired, okay, yeah. Oh no, I want to keep that page open. So, land got so expensive that the only place to build is a precarious rock in the middle of the ocean. Build your town carefully such that it doesn't fall off. Play the downloaded version for 50% less bugs. So is the download updated later? No. 20th of August. That was in time for the submission. Why would the download be any different? Controls. Left click to place and select. Right click to rotate camera. Scroll to zoom. A tree costs 1 tree seed. House costs 1 lumber. A tree nursery is 1 lumber and 2 population. Weights. Mystery tiles 5 weight. The weight and distance from the center calculate the net torque on your island. Thus, closer to the edge you place the tile, the more that tilt to that side. You can destroy tiles that are weighing the island down or place counterweight on the other side. Okay. Seems fair enough. Auto full screen. So if there's anything at the bottom, I'll just let you know. Let's see, do we get some audio? Oh. Let it wait. Yep, okay. Instructions. Build a pleasant town on an unpleasant platform. Select destroy in the shop and remove trees. Okay. With the lumber you acquire from the trees, build a house. With the population required from your house and lumber, you build a tree nursery. Tree nursery should produce tree seeds for more trees. Every tile has a weight. Try not to make the platform tip over. And we got some credits here, which are the same ones that are in the page. So I can right click to look around and zoom in and out. We're on a little floating island. And at the moment it's balanced. So okay, so I'm placing trees here. And I want to destroy to get more lumber, right? And how much does the house cost? Looks like 1 wood. Tree nursery needs both of them by the looks of it. I think I've got 6 seeds, maybe. Oh. What was that? I didn't realise there's meteor showers. Wait. No. Oh, things slide as well. I didn't realise that. Okay, I wasn't ready for it. Well, I guess I can just like put weights on the other side to keep it balanced, maybe? Try and keep it balanced. And then, have I got enough for a tree nursery? Yes. And that auto is like a farm that's going to give me more seeds over time. Okay. And then I can place more trees. And then, can I immediately delete them for... Yeah, okay. There's no real waiting for it. There's no point deleting houses, right? I think I'm looking for more tree nurseries, and because they're heavier, we want them to stay in the middle. And then place more trees. And then I can get more houses, and then so on. to destroy more trees. Oh wait, it destroys houses as well. Let's no. I've got to get rid of stuff this side. Balance it out a little bit. No. Wait, it's not letting me destroy. No. They're all gonna slide off. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, I like it. The music fits very well. The whole feeling of it. I think maybe having a little warning before the meteors come in. But no, we can still restart from this. That's fine. We have 20. Let's do a couple of tree nurseries in the middle. Oh, I need more houses. So houses can be around the sides a bit more. And then we want our tree nurseries in the middle. Basically, as long as you've still got tree seeds, you can still continue. And then this is bad. We want to destroy some tiles before. Okay, so it very easily gets top heavy if you don't react. Can we delete these? Oh, and these are the mystery tiles that are worth 5 weight. Okay. Nice, okay. Seems pretty cool. I don't imagine there's going to be anything like particular for getting a certain score or anything like that. So not too much more to look at, I don't think. But yeah, seems cool. The models are cool. I think you got the anti-aliasing kind of thing going on there. So that might be intentional. Maybe like having an outline selected when you're hovering over something. If you're trying to delete, gives you a better idea. Because it felt like I was deleting these before, but I just wasn't clicking on them properly. I didn't think I could delete these to start with, but it's because I was missing where the interaction point was. Cool. Okay. See, is there anything else I missed? Mystery tile, destroy tiles, place the counterweight tiles on the other side. Nice. Yeah, some kind of scoring system, that kind of stuff would be interesting. You can maybe have it that like combining house tiles next to each other gives you more population for the same number of houses, but then you're at the risk that all of that weight is all clumped together. So it causes more issue when you're trying to balance later on. But yeah, it looks quite good. Just checking I've not missed anything. Yeah, and it played quite well. I don't know what you're saying about bugs. I don't notice any bugs in that. Yeah, nice work. Nice entry. Okay, MiniFix. Build to scale. You make miniature things for miniature people. You build them to scale. Apart from a few textures you grabbed from the internet, everything's made yourself. Cool. Warning, may cause issues in Chrome. Okay. Well, I am in Chrome, so hopefully it's not too bad. You work for MiniFix Industries. It's your job to build miniature things for miniature people, houses, cars, but tiny. You have raw materials and various machines to process them, and a handy dandy computer terminal that has information on what to do. Hint, use the zoom key, Z or right click to get a closer look at any screens. Supposed to be more things to make, but run out of time and restricted to just the house. Okay, other recipes don't work, that's fine. WSD or arrow keys, E to interact, Z to zoom, crouch is shift control or C, okay, and tab for menu. I think escape might just bring out the game. So let's have a little look at this. Oh, we got some little sound effect. It's very low level music by the looks of it on OBS, but I can't hear anything. Wait, it should respond. Come on, Godot. There we go. Okay, mouse sensitivity. That seems okay. Did I notice it on this screen? Can't tell. Controls, WSD, arrow keys, left click, zoom, middle click. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Oh. Give it time to load stuff. To be fair, as a web port for this kind of game, I'm not surprised if there's a bit of stuttering. Okay, so what have we got? We've got a trash, we've got wood, we've got an auto carver. So I'm guessing you put wood in and you get carved wood out. Thermal extruder. So you put material in and it heats it up, maybe. This is our terminal to assemble components. You know what? I thought the zoom wouldn't actually help that much, but actually makes it super clear there. What else? We've got an assembler for outputs. Here's set to house. Root interface, pick from the list, 1 to 9, assembler interface, schematic directory, procedure guide, okay. And then we've got a vat mixer. Auto press, we've got clay, we've got concrete, we've got wood, we've got silicate, we've got iron, and what's the back? Carbon, okay. Resupply. Oh, this gives me, maybe this gives me more items, that's cool. I mean, the fact that this is running in the browser seems pretty good. I don't know if there's meant to be background music. It doesn't sound like it. We've got some sound effects. Okay, to-do list, a house. Let's interact with the terminal. Assembler interface. Okay, so we can only do the house. Assembler mode set to... What? I didn't get time to read that. That was a little bit too quick. It sounds like we're printing something out somewhere. So, okay, schematic directory. Equipment usage. Auto carver makes beams, planks, bricks. Auto press makes these. Okay. Okay, we can come back to that. Beams from wood in auto carver. Okay, yeah. How do I know? Tab to go back. Oh, next page. Okay, so tab to go back out of the thing we've got here. That's fine. 4 for back. Procedure guide, schematic directory. That's what we were just in, wasn't it? Procedure guide here. Here at MiniFix Industries, it's your job to fabricate miniature creations for miniature clients Using the raw materials provided, check the schematics directory for a list of materials and what you can do with them. Many materials require processing to make other materials. If you run out of material, resupply. Check your to-do list for orders yet to be completed. Okay, that tells us what we do with them. So I'm guessing somewhere else it tells me like the process for the house. Where's our blueprint? This one? Assembler contents. Assembler start? Do we have a blueprint somewhere? Assembler interface. House. It sounds like it's printing something somewhere, but I mean, I guess we can just start making stuff, but how do we know? Like we put the wood in there. Then we get beams. Oh. And we accidentally put the beams back in. Which gives us planks. Okay. That's cool. But how do we know what makes house? Oh. Okay, so we've got planks in here. Oh, no, I went to zoom Z. Or middle click. Okay. Beams from wood in autocarver. Planks from beams in autocarver. But yeah, where's the blueprint? Is it somewhere in the terminal? Schematic directory. No, this just tells us how to make various things. Procedure guide. Check the... yeah, okay. Check your to-do list for orders yet to be completed. Do I just try? Just try putting things together and figure out... So what we got? We got beams. Oh, sorry, we've got planks in here. What would you use to make a house? Probably bricks. So clay in the auto press. We don't need chassis. Maybe concrete. Bricks and concrete. And glass. Silicate in the thermal extruder. Concrete mix in the vat mixer. And clay in the auto press. Okay, let's do some of that. So silicate was in the thermal extruder, right? Press interact to add one portion. Concrete mix went in this. Yeah, but how do I know how much to put in? I feel like there should be... I'm missing something. There's a guide somewhere. Was clay in the auto press? See if we get bricks out. What was this? Carbon. So look, we got concrete there. We've got bricks. Bricks. And concrete. And maybe let's see if that combines. No, they just come straight out. Bricks. Concrete. Glass. And planks. What about all of them together? No, they just come out. Okay, I'm confused as to what I can make. So maybe... Is there any information here as to what to make? Wait, it's here. Not so easy to find the recipe, but I finally found it. Couldn't figure out, yeah, the graphics. There's got to be something here that someone said how to find the recipes. This is a lot of ratings, a lot of comments even. What other inputs do I have? Crouch. Menu. Is there a reason to crouch? Here we go. Products. Right. 2 times concrete, 5 times bricks, 4 times beams, 3 times planks, 2 roof, and 2 glass. Okay. 2 concrete I think I've already got. 5 bricks. Right, now I know what I need to build. Right, 2 concrete. I'm going to need 5 bricks. I'm going to need glass. I don't think I wanted planks, did I? Yes, 3 times planks. There was glass, wasn't there? 2 times glass. Okay. Now I know what to do. So I think I've got... Oh, wait. I'm going to restart because it's annoying me that the mouse has come off of it now. And actually, let's put on some background music as well. No. Actually, let's not. Let's keep the atmosphere of the game. It's the wrong music and I can't be bothered to find better music for it. Click to start. Okay. That's better. Oh, let it load. Give it a few seconds to load everything up. Okay. So, we're going to have a look at our products again. So, schematic directory, fabrication products. I might have even looked at this and just ignored it. So 2 concrete. Actually, I can leave that on screen, right? And just... Yeah, okay. Oh, I might need to... Can I change sensitivity? No. Yes. Resume. Cool. Right. So, clay goes in here. Can I just load it up? Looks like it. Wood. We're going to put in here. I'm going to make some planks. Or some beams as well. Wood. Can I just put all of them in? Do they just keep going, hopefully? Yep. Silicate to make glass was here. 1, 2. I think it was just 2, but we can... There's no harm in putting more on. Concrete mix. We're going to do in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sure. Can't remember how much we need. Keep on pressing the wrong buttons. Right, so 2 concrete, 5 bricks. Probably put some more clay in then for more bricks. And then let's start moving some. Oh, I think I just lost one because we teleported it into the middle of nowhere. Right, bricks. 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 That's 3. Yeah, I think we might have lost one just then. Concrete. How much concrete? 2 concrete. 1. Okay, I made way too much concrete. How much glass? 2 glass. Oh, I just saw my last bricks. 1, 2. Need that bricks as well. Okay, so we've got 5, 2 and 2. 4 beams, 3 planks, 2 roof tiles. How do we make roof tiles? Materials. Roof tiles. Terracotta in autopress. Terracotta from clay in thermal extruder. So clay in thermal extruder. Oh. Right. Yep. Right. So where's our clay? Our clay is here in the extruder. We can move this into the trash. Oh. Beams. There were some beams, wasn't it? It's 4 beams. 1, 2, 3, 4 beams. Terracotta, we now need to auto press, I think it is. We need more wood in this thing. For our planks, I think it was 3 planks, so we need 3 beams first. And then we need more clay in here. I'll wait for those to come out. This is roof tiles, yes, there we go. So 2 concrete, 5 bricks. I think we've got both of those. 2 concrete, 5 bricks. 4 beams, 3 planks. 4 beams. We need 3 planks still. 2 roof tiles and 2 glass. 2 glass, 1 roof tile. So this will be our last roof tile. And then these all need to go back in here for planks. I think I need more. Was it 3 planks, was it? Yep. Okay. There's 1. Oh, no, don't throw it away. We'll probably get our roof tiles now, yeah. Ooh. More planks. Right, I think that's the whole thing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. And then we assemble. And do we get a little mini house? Yay! Nice. Congratulations, we did it. Cool. Okay, it took me a little while to figure out where to find the products in this menu. But I like the whole idea. It's a cool design. Like the whole atmosphere of this. Right, resume. This reminds me of, what's it called? a bit like Iron Lung and the other. There was another game similar to Iron Lung where you got like a drill going you're trying to like drill a door in a wall, and you got to like take the drill off, put the battery on, change the drill bits, fill it up with oil, and then put it back to work and all that kind of stuff. A similar kind of environment setting to that. I like the style. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, obviously you've got a lot more planned here in scope. That if you're going to continue developing, there's a lot of room to develop into. Maybe just making it clearer. Okay, so if this is to tell the assembler what to build. Okay, so that was what you were potentially going to be adding. But yeah, if we do back, that tells us what we can make with each thing. This tells us the recipe for each build, which I quite like having it on this interface. It makes a lot of sense with this kind of setup rather than having... I was looking around for like a recipe list somewhere in the room, but it does make more sense that it's on here. You might want to say have fabrication products in its own separate menu. And I think a consistent back button, because it's a little bit confusing that back is switching numbers. So trying to navigate through this quickly, unless that's the intention, to make it difficult to navigate through quickly. But I could see once you get used to this kind of menuing, you could really like speed through a lot of this interface, which could be quite a fun little like skill cap. I like the idea. Oh, what did I do there? Did it? I might have pressed some combination to close the window. That's the problem with having like Control and Shift plus other key presses as part of the inputs on web browsers. That was definitely on my end though. Cool. Yeah, I can't really fault a little bit of stuttering loading in, because web browsers aren't normally designed to do 3D games like this. But I don't think I've run into any bugs here. Just took a little bit longer to load, but yeah, like I said, it's web export. You can expect that. I like the different models that you've done for all of the different ingredients and all the different types of tools that you can use. If you want to up the complexity, I mean, obviously for the Game Jam, there's not enough time to make these all have different functionality, well, different like ways of interacting. But maybe like you have like on the VAT mixer something that you have to rotate to mix. On the press, you've got to like apply pressure downwards or like put something like basically just having like different controls on each of the machines rather than just like dumping the material in. But obviously that's more implementation to do. Depends on what happens if you put the wrong... just sits it back out. So maybe things go wrong if you use the materials on the wrong machines as well. Be something you could build into it. obviously there's quite a lot that you could do to build out more of this, if that's the desire. You could even have it, I mean, it looks like you've made it so there's more delicate recipes that you could do. So there could be something like, let's say in the thermal extruder, if you have like 1 part silicate and 1 part of something else, and then you've got like a start button to start it creating the item. So there's quite a lot of yeah, room for expansion. But yeah, I like that. Nice little game. Well done. Okay, well we've got wait, we need that intro rate page to stay up. Cool. Got last 2 that I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna wrap up stream. Big Liza. It's a lizard world. Start off as a tiny lizard and you eat other lizards as you grow until you're massive. Your score is how big you get. And let's have that one open as well. Okay, so web performance is not great. Download for much better performance. Yeah, and I'm going to stick with the web performance. Sorry. That's fine, don't worry. Move with arrow keys. Spacebar to leap with spacebar to bite other lizards. Mash space after biting to keep biting. Mash space to break free if bitten by someone else. R to restart. Okay, hopefully it's not too bad performance on web, but we'll have to see. Bigger lizards are harder to take down, but you grow quicker if you take one down. Okay. Arrow keys. Just arrow keys. Okay. Any... Oh, there we go. Cool. We got one. They fight each other. They don't fight each other. Oh, no. Okay, you died pretty quickly, pretty easily here. Do we just wait for someone to come? I like the animation. Very cool. Okay. Oh, because they don't fight each other, I guess if I just keep spamming, I can like run away from them. Okay, this is gonna quickly get upset, isn't it? Does that count as an eat? Okay, got a little bit there. It's difficult to turn around. Oh, did I not get the kill on that? No, it doesn't look like it. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that seems a bit easier if I... Ah, oh, so close. 4.8. Not too bad. Yeah, I like the animations. They're pretty cool. Obviously you could do with things like sound effects and music. I think you got a little bit too long intro time here before things spawn. Could do with them coming a bit earlier. Oh, got completely wrecked there. Like, if I just stay still, do they spawn sooner? No, nothing there. Okay. Let's see if I can take things out as they come. Oh. Okay, so it looks like you got a set health pool. I mean, it doesn't matter if you, like, size up. It's like a certain number of bites you can take before you die. Oh. Lining up the attack is a little bit tricky. And it looks like they do hit each other, but they don't target each other. Okay, got a couple there. And it looks like while you're attacking something else, you can't get hurt, maybe. Which I quite like. It's a good way of allowing you not to get swarmed. Let's just go for this guy. Oh, no. It's going to start getting laggy here. I think because the animations are probably quite expensive in terms of the calculations and all that kind of stuff. Pretty nice. Yeah, I can't really fault that for not running too well in browser. It's not really, again, like the previous one. If it's designed to be downloaded, I can't really fault that, but I don't really want to do any download files. But yeah, it's all quite intuitive how to play. It's a little bit tricky to get the turnaround, but maybe that's part of the design, is that it would be quite a challenge to control. Oh, and I died. Cool. Nice game. Yeah, I really like the animation, and the controls feel quite good. I think it's just the performance that makes it difficult to play in browser. But as you said, it's much better to download. Nice work. Bean Dude and Friends. Puzzle platform that lets you control 3 characters to complete levels filled with puzzles. Okay. 3 different characters. All characters in the game have been designed around the theme built to scale. Okay. Nice, like having some screenshots as well on the page. Is there any comment on all assets you've used? Just me. So maybe everything's made by the dev, looks like. Dive into a captivating world of puzzles and platforms in this unique adventure, where you control 3 distinct characters, each bringing their own special abilities to the table. Smallest character is agile and can swim and leap across obstacles, while medium character has the strength to push boxes, activate levers, and trigger buttons. The largest character serves as a sturdy platform, enabling the others to reach new heights and traverse challenging environments. This reminds me of, I think it's Dan's first game, where you got 3 different characters that are different sizes and shapes. The largest character serves as a sturdy platform, enabling the others to reach new heights. Okay, each level is a complex puzzle waiting to be solved. You need to strategize and use the abilities of all 3 characters in harmony to overcome obstacles, unlock new paths, and discover hidden secrets. With increasingly intricate levels, players must think creatively and collaborate between characters to achieve success. From moving platforms that double as doors to intricate mechanisms that require precise timings, every movement in the game offers a new challenge. Immerse yourself with a beautifully crafted world where each puzzle is a step closer to mastering the art of teamwork and timing. Can you guide all three characters to their goal and unravel the mysteries that lie ahead? This feels a little bit generated. I wonder if the description could be generated rather than written. But anyway. Oh, there's a development log. Okay. Let's give it a go. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we've got it filling a bit more of the screen. It doesn't look like there's a full screen button or anything like that. Loading. Is that audio? Is there going to be audio? Yeah. Got music. Wow. Controls ADW. Player size up and down. Okay. Sound seems fine on my end. Credits. I was waiting for it to start. Very good. I really like what Ryan did with his role in this. Music and sound effects from Pixabay. Okay. So I'm going to assume all the artwork and everything else is all self-made. How do we get back out of the credits menu? Is there an exit tab? Oh no, auto. Cool, new games. Let's see. Okay. Broccoli guy can pull levers to open the final door and escape the level. Use Q and E to switch between different characters. Okay. How do I... Oh, you just walk into it. Okay. That's it. Nice. Broccoli guy can press buttons to lower and raise platforms. I think having something that shows which character is selected would be good. Because at the moment, I'm pressing Q and E, but as there's only two characters, it's not always being obvious as who I'm controlling. Even just like an outline around which player you're currently controlling. Okay, okay. Nice. You stack players on top of Tomato Man. Okay. Is there a jump? Oh, there is a jump. Okay. Oh, it's a very short jump. So if I put this guy here, can we jump on him and then jump on him? Yes, we can. Okay. And then jump. Oh, that's a cool animation. Wouldn't have even seen that. And then... Okay, Tomato Man can't jump. Doesn't look like. Let's put him up there because I think that's where we need him. Okay, and he couldn't move because there's too many people in him. Okay. I think having an interact button for the signs rather than just if you walk over it, because that covers a lot of the screen when you're moving a character behind it that you wouldn't necessarily want to do. Nice. Let's reload the level, see if that's... This... Oh, Oh, this is water. Okay, because I can swim in water, right? Okay, let's see what broccoli guy can do. Oh. So we can get our tomato man out. This guy can swim up, right? Which will get him to the exit. Broccoli man. Oh, broccoli man can't jump though. Can he can probably hold the platform down, can't he? No. Okay, so we need both of these guys down. Boom. What if I like wedge him in here? I wonder what's gonna happen there. Okay, he just gets moved out. Okay. How? Okay. I think I know what I've got to do. I've got to have Tomato Man next to here, and that gives me a ramp to run up as we run. To get me on here. And then how far can we jump? Can I jump this gap? Oh, I had done it. Yeah. Nice. Cool. And then we need to bring Broccoli Man back down so we can get through the water. Nice. Okay. I think that's maybe the intended way. Okay. Oh wow. Well, that's fine. Broccoli Man can be there as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, because the box is there, that's fine. I was thinking for a minute we need to we'll get Broccoli Man over the gate in the middle. Okay, so this is probably just a case of drop the box on him. Oh, you can't move with the box on him. Okay, well, we're probably stuck here, aren't we? Oh no. Oh, I can't quite jump that high. Oh, am I stuck? Well, was it R to restart? Right, let's put you in the middle. Push this all the way over. Let's jump over you. The controls could do with a little bit of polish and tightening up, but it's not too bad. Can you can't push, can you? Can you jump? Why can't you jump? Probably some collider issues as well, a little bit, but nothing too drastic. Oh no. Right. Let's get you out of the way. Let's get that in the corner. That's fine. Can't move with the little guy on him. Okay. jump you over. Do that. Broccoli guy over here. Tomato up here. Broccoli guy here, and then our little bean dude can jump all the way up, maybe. Nice. Okay, I might do one more level. See how we do with this. Yeah, I think making it more obvious which characters can control is definitely going to be useful. How are we doing this though? It's not the same thing as like trying to stack these guys. Oh, maybe. Oh, that is the top of the screen. That's not going to help. Oh, and it has to be the bean dude to get to the end. Okay. Well, in that case, that's nice and easy. We bring this down, put the bean dude on here, take it off, and then we just jump over. God, how many levels did this guy make? This developer. So it looks like I need to bring this guy down so we can jump up. I wonder if we jump. No, okay. We can't transfer the momentum from one to the other. Oh, we've got a night theme as well. Different music. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. I would probably suggest for future game jams, rather than like number of levels, it's worth focusing on like 2 or 3 really good levels and then spend more time polishing up the movement and the juice. Why can I not move? Oh, because I clicked out the screen. Ooh. How? Do I have time to jump? Yeah, cool. Open that. Where's this? Yeah, just little UI things like an outline to show, or even just like a profile picture to show which one's selected would be useful. Oh. Yeah, because there's obviously like some little bits of collision issues and stuff like that. And it looks like I can do this. But yeah, I really like the pixel art. The jump animations are quite cool, and the different characters have a nice like uniqueness to them. Oh, but yeah, there's these few. Oh yeah, also you can make it so that the music doesn't restart when the level's restarted. It's always a plus. Alright, do this. Oh, that was weird. How many levels are there? Yeah, because all the characters have pretty cool designs and animations. Nice. Well, good game. I can reset the zoom now. Yeah. So beware the hints, there's no escaping them. Yeah, there's other things that you could do for like let's say if you focus just on doing 2 or 3 levels, or like 5 levels max for the jam, even that's probably quite a lot. But having things like having puzzles where you can have different solutions where all of the characters can get to the exit, but there's different levels of complexity to make that happen. Yeah, very cool. Nice. Well, nice work. With that, I'm gonna wrap up stream though. Thanks everyone who's chilled out with us today. Oh, that's quite loud, sorry. Not sure, probably next stream will be maybe Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Sorry. And that is where we're going to continue on with the GD script tutorial that Brackeys has done. And then maybe start looking into applying that into our first game idea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick with Godot going forward for a bit. It was quite fun to use. Yeah, thanks everyone who's dropped in. Thanks for the follow, board programmer. Hope everyone's had a good week and we'll have a good weekend. Cheers, see you all next time. Thanks, bye.